Are we good, YouTube? Are we good? You're ready? All right. Okay, Twitch needs to come back. You all might need to refresh your windows. Refresh the windows. But welcome, Coid. Thank you for migrating. We'll be lurking and listening while going through Baldur's Gate 1 DLC. You will suplex something in the meantime. Do it to a train. We'll get the Phantom train on here somewhere, then you can suplex that up. Boy. Speaking of, while I'm waiting for everything to kind of settle, I don't know how many of you are into Magic the Gathering and also Final Fantasy at the same time, because they just released a teaser for the collaboration, and it's an image of Kefka poisoning Doma, and I am excited. I am very excited to get my hands on that collaboration set, and I'm very curious what else we're gonna get from it. Oh shoot, there's an ad. Sorry guys, there's gonna be an ad. My apologies. We'll wait until after the ads before we start proper. Also, might want to put a comment, I suppose, on the first video. Oh no, it's yeah, the stream is gone. Never mind. I'll get some water real quick, and hopefully we'll get started, and that the ad should be done. Okay. Could not take the Magic the Gathering seriously after the Lord of the Rings debacle? Oh, which particular one? That what's his name? Oh shoot, forgot his name. I know his face. That Post Malone now owns the One Ring. Or just the fact that Lord of the Rings collabed at all with Magic the Gathering. I do find it a little funny though that Post Malone now owns the One Ring. Just imagine how much that's going to be worth in a couple years' time. They printed just one. It should have been me. It's okay. Or if you had not to say blackface Redcon? Oh. Oh, you mean the different just the art. I see. With the, I take it then that you're not a big fan of what they did with the art in the Lord of the Rings collaboration. Because I was trying to, like, remember, what do you mean by that? Oh. I mean, you're free to like and, and not like whatever it is, whatever decisions they make. But yeah. We, what do you call it? We're chill in this house. Let me just take my meds before we start officially. Okay. Let's see now. Where were we? Right. So, let us begin with the... Oh, wait. Actually, need to double check on the YouTube side for people. I don't think a lot of people got to move. Oh, there. Oh, there we go. Now we have some people. Okay. We're good. Yeah, Post Malone is the owner of the One Ring, which is a little funny. Okay. So let's start. $200,000 for the one. Is that the going price of the One Ring? Okay, let's see. All right. I do need to change the stream link. Give me a minute. Okay, internet hiccup. New room. There we go. I feel like the guy should have marinated until it was worth 1 million or something. If he wasn't going to keep it. You know what? Fair. If I was going to let go of the One Ring, I would have let it really escalate in value before anything else. Now, okay. So we're going back to Dungeons and Dragons, yeah? So what is D&D? The basic idea of what Dungeons and Dragons is a bunch of people getting together to make a story. At the end of the day, that's what it is. The rules of Dungeons and Dragons are simply there to kind of provide a neutral and common set of agreements for how certain challenges and how certain disputes should be handled. By that, I mean things like, I, player A, want to suddenly stab a goblin. Where, let's say, if you were just playing pretend, that's a-okay, that just happens, you know? But because we want to make this a little bit more, like, to a certain degree, more meaningful, in the sense where that there are risks and that there are consequences, we need to establish a set of common rules. And that's what, like, you know, the basic rules and stuff are generally for, right? So that nobody just walks in with the highest stats just because they said so. Now, how generally then do you settle these things, these kinds of disputes? Like how, like, we're using 5th edition, which is the current edition, and we're also using the 2024 edition of the rules. So, because originally, D&D 5th edition came out 2014, right? And they came out with the 3 main books, which is the Player's Handbook, which is what most players will have at the bare minimum. And then you have the Dungeon Master's Guide, Monster Manual. Those 2 books are typically going to the DM because they're going to be the ones using that. So these rules came out 2014. But over the course of the last 10-ish years, there have been a lot of arguments, to say the least. And some added stuff here and there through things like the Unearthed Arcana, which are kind of like beta testing rules before they become kind of official for certain like structured play, like the Adventurers League. So, with that said, welcome James. Welcome back. James the NPC, the one as part of the James verse. Welcome aboard. Pato. So yeah, Because of that, it's like 10 years, and not to mention also the highly successful release of Baldur's Gate 3, they've decided to kind of update the overall rules, make some of the wording clearer with certain abilities and certain actions, and to kind of also just make things a little bit smoother and to kind of rebalance some of the things that exist in 5th edition right now. I don't necessarily agree with everything, but the books are the books, and if you're generally going to be following the books, they are there. Now, that said, each table, each group that plays D&D might decide to set up their own house rules. Things that are outside of the books that you all just kind of agree, you know what? This is probably going to be better if we do it this way. And yeah, your table is allowed to do that. You don't, just because the rules exist in the book as they are, you as your group can always have the freedom to play it differently that suits your table, that suits your table. Rules that you guys think maybe they should be versus other stuff. My brother and his friends could not play this. Well, that's too bad. But everybody has a different way of playing D&D, and maybe it's just a matter of finding the kind of D&D that you want to play. Because some people will prefer to play things very strict with the rules. They constantly say that someone made up rules like you did with Clue. Well, that can get confusing for sure. And I think generally speaking, you want to have you want everybody to be on the same page when you start a game, which takes us to the concept of Session 0, which we briefly discussed actually in a previous stream. Can you make the graphic a bit bigger? It's a bit blurry. Oh, okay. Like this? Is this a little better? Because it's in 480p? Oh no. Let me check view, zoom. Oh, that's even. Give me a second. It'll be fine, I think. We can certainly try. Okay, this will have to do. This will have to do. How is it? Are you able to read it better now? And if I scroll through it, you guys can see. Okay. So, Session 0 is basically when you guys meet up and kind of figure out the kind of game that you guys want to play, right? Because at the end of the day, if you are a DM, it's not up to you to decide what kind of game everyone wants to play. It's something that you and your table need to kind of agree on, right? Good morning, Sleepy. Good morning, good morning. And basically, there are different things that people get out of it, right? One, for example, is some people like the combat. They want heavy fighting. They want all the rules. They want the dice. They want to have their builds. They want to just fight everything. And that's valid. Other people, they want to be more like, oh, I want to seduce the king. I want to seduce the dragon. And they want to talk to the players or talk to the NPCs. They want to use diplomacy. They want to sneak around. Those are also valid. And you guys need to kind of decide that. And D&D Kratos build, we can certainly try. Because, for example, right, there are different kinds of adventures that you can actually run. One example is the Waterdeep. Is that the... Let's see. Which... Now, I'm going to reference what is called a... what do you call that? It's an adventure, basically. It is a campaign. I forgot the exact terminology. It's an adventure book, essentially. It's a pre-written adventure where you as a DM, they provide you all of the details to run a specific story, and they provide like options and suggestions for how to do that adventure and provide different opportunities. Right? It's a pre-written thing. So, for example, we have Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So, the Waterdeep Dragon Heist adventure is essentially, it's an Ocean's 11 but fantasy. You basically, like, you are trying to, you can make it can be like an Ocean's 11 kind of story, right? You can also have just a straight up normal kind of adventure where you go fighting stuff, like just save the princess from the castle. It can be something as that simple. So if you're the type of DM that likes to do the rules but not so much with the story, then some of these pre-written adventures would be your best bet. All right? Because you don't have to worry about coming up with a cool story. Just kind of follow the guide, right? But if you are like me, then you would have already been obsessed over writing an entire world in the palm of your hands. Oh yeah, Hoy. So the timeout was because of the, what do you call that? But the whole blackface thing. Don't think too much of it. Just, be mindful, yeah? Now, that said, if you are gonna be, if you are already, let's say, kind of like a writer type DM, you like making these grand adventures, then you can basically homebrew your own adventure, which is kind of like writing your own, right? There's a lot of prep involved, especially if you're going to be making everything, like a lot of things from scratch. Now, of course, that means there are also other resources you can use. Like, you don't have to make everything from scratch. Things like monsters, for example. The monster manual does exist for that exact reason. So that you can simply, pick and choose which monsters you feel would be best to use in your own custom, campaign and adventure. So, going back, so that's kind of like, again, like the different styles of DMs and the general vibe for what players and DMs do for a D&D game, right? So, now we go to kind of the core of the matter. You said that I'm against it. I have a problem with that. So what does it say if I get a timeout because I'm against it? It's okay, Hoy. Just be mindful. So, back to the core of how a D&D game is run. You basically start off once everybody decides what kind of adventure they want to do, right? Welcome, Blank Logic. Welcome back. Nice to see you. So, you decide what kind of campaign you want to do. Let's say, starting adventure, right? You want to it's just going to be a simple, hey, adventurers, we have a bunch of goblins that have recently taken up residence in the nearby tower, and they've been causing all sorts of problems out on the farmlands. And, you know, they're basically pillaging a lot of the traders and a lot of, you know, just the general populace of the nearby area. And it's causing problems for the village, for the locals. Now, that said, you now have a bunch of adventurers who have their character sheets and everything. And you have a DM that's going to be kind of guiding the players through how they want to go about the situation, right? Boy, if you have issues with that, then you are welcome to stay or go as you please, okay? But I'm not going to derail the rest of the stream for that, unfortunately. If you'd like to take up, to take it up further, then maybe wait until after stream, if you're willing. Now, so now you have your table, you have your backstory, right? You have the goblins in the tower, you have a village that's being troubled, and you have a bunch of players and their characters that have just been introduced to the story. And say one of the players is, let's say he's playing a paladin. And he wants to talk to, or let's just say they go straight to the goblin tower, right? And they see a singular goblin that's wandering about. Maybe he's a scout, right? He's probably a goblin scout. They managed to get the jump on him. And so they start fighting. They start a combat encounter. And let's say one of the players, the paladin, wants to hit the goblin with his mighty mace. How then, right, would you decide whether or not that mace hits? How much damage does it do? And if anything else happens. Now, for basic combat, and actually for a lot of the things that need to happen in D&D, is that you have a conflict, and then you need to roll your dice to see whether or not you succeed in that challenge. So let's say I'm trying to hit a goblin. I roll a 20-sided dice, which I actually have a pretty big one right here. Hang on, give me a second. Maybe I should. I'm gonna try to put up like a photo here real quick, because I have a chunky dice. So you roll a 20-sided dice, and then hitting the goblin is going to have what's called a challenge rating, or I think in particular combat, he has an armor class, or kind of like something, it's a number that determines how hard it is to hit the goblin. And to sum it up simply, you roll the dice, and depending on the number that you get, you may or may not hit the goblin. Okay? Okay, give me a second. Hang on, guys. Let me actually just go on break a little bit. And let me go on away for a little bit while I kind of upload my photo for you guys to see, okay? Okay, so we're back. Let me just resize this sucker. It's fairly big. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, I have a pretty big dice. And I have 2 of them too. Welcome, Kenta. Welcome back. It has been a while. How have you been? How have you been? We're going to be talking about some more D&D. You'll have to forgive my earlier thoughts. It's a little messy. So yeah. So you have a 20-sided dice, right? And so let's go back to the scenario. There is something that I want to do, and that thing that I want to do, if it has consequences, will have a certain difficulty to it, right? And basically, the idea is, depending on how challenging something might be, it might be assigned a higher difficulty. So if I roll a 20-sided dice, and let's say hitting the goblin, because he's wearing some thick armor or whatever, that's going to take like a 15 or higher. So that means if I roll my dice, I have to be able to get a 15 or higher. Now, of course, suppose you're really good at swinging your mace, or yeah, let's say it's a mace. Let's say you're swinging your mace and you're really good at it. Then you might actually get things like bonuses in order for you to kind of improve your chance of succeeding in that particular thing that you want to do. Similarly, if you're bad at something, maybe you'll get a penalty to doing that thing that you want to do. Let's say you're swinging at the goblin, you're not really good, you have a penalty. Or another way to change that is with what's called advantage and disadvantage. So advantage is basically just when you roll, instead of rolling just once, you roll 2 times and you get the higher number. If it's disadvantage, it's the same thing. You roll 2 times, but you get the lower number instead. Is that making sense for people so far? I haven't had to explain this in a while, so I might be a little rusty. So how does that actually look in practice? Right? So how does that look in practice? Let's look at... Yeah, let's leave some blank space here, yeah? Say, what do you call it? Oh, I'm sorry if it's white, by the way. If it's all white, because it's, I don't think dark mode on this would kind of work. So let me just thicken this up. Oh, no. How do I make this bigger? How? Oh, brush. Never mind. Okay. Thank you for the 5 gift subs to Claude, to Luna, to Akira, to Palico Boy, and to Kage Oyomaneko. Oyomaneko. And welcome, Nikki. Welcome, welcome. Doing fine. D&D sounds so fun based on the D&D channels I've seen. So yeah, so we're kind of going through like a basic rundown of D&D. So let's say, you know what? Okay, instead of combat, let's go doing one of these things. Let's say you want to intimidate somebody, right? You want to intimidate someone. And that is based on charisma. You came to bite people, Katie? Well, welcome, welcome. Just sit down in a corner and behave. You can go bite, like, I don't know, the passing by rats, perhaps. Suppose you want to intimidate someone. You roll, and let's say you're trying to intimidate the bouncer in front of a pub or a tavern. And I say, he's a pretty intimidating guy. He's seen his fair share of assholes and other adventurers that are super drunk and dangerous. So let's say difficulty is going to be 15, right? So 15 is going to be the number to beat. You roll the dice. You say you got a 12, right? You got a 12. That is less than 15. What does that mean? You fail. You don't get to intimidate him because he is, he isn't going to be affected by your intimidation tactics because he's seen it all. Suppose then, and what does that mean? So you fail in your opportunity to intimidate the bouncer from letting you into the pub. What do you do then? Well, there are different options. You have to then ask, okay, if I can't intimidate him, but your goal is to get inside the pub, are there other ways? So, what are the other ways? Try it each. Okay, let me ask you, chat. Suppose you want to get into a pub, the bouncer doesn't let you in, and you literally just try to intimidate him, and he refuses to budge. What would you do? What would you do if you wanted to get inside that tavern, but the bouncer just won't let you in? I'd like to hear what would you do? Punch him? Violence is always an option. Hit him in the nuts. I see. More violence. I can see the kind of players you're all gonna be. Use an intimidation skill. But you just tried. We just tried, Willow. We just tried to use intimidation, but it doesn't seem to work. Like, he isn't intimidated. He's seen things. He's been around the block. There's always enough time to make friends. You're running. Seduce him. Okay. Let's give this a go then. Let's go over through your different options. Suppose Kenta wants to punch, right? Let's try then to... no use picking a fight I can't win. That's... Well, you never know. You don't know if you can't win. So, suppose you... what do you call it? If you want to punch him, then that's going to be an attack. So, there are some slight differences between when you're trying to do one of these. These are skill checks. They're called skill checks. Versus, say, you're trying to engage in combat, which would be more of this. What are the main differences? Not too much, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's just more of what numbers, or where you get the numbers from. That's kind of the main difference. Because you have your dice first, right? So you have your dice. And then you add some pluses. Then you deduct some minuses. And then you equal that against whatever the challenge is supposed to be. Right? So this is our basic. I don't know if this makes sense. Dice plus minus and then whatever the thing you're trying to beat. If you're casting a spell, that's a whole different can of worms, but we're gonna get there at some point. If you're gonna be using, let's say, seduce, then that's gonna be, I would pull that under persuasion. So you do another charisma check and see if if he's gonna budge. If you're gonna run, I would say nothing happened because he's not stopping you from running. Unless you were planning to run inside, Willow. If you were planning to run inside, that's going to be a different thing altogether. Humpty Dumpty wants to use a hatchet to the nuts. That's going to be combat. And that might have more consequences than original, compared to also punching in the mouth. Right? If you were running inside, I would say that's going to be... I would say that's an... Maybe not acrobatics. You know what? No, I'm going to make that an acrobatics check. Because you're going to try to dodge him if he tries to catch you. What kind of check would involve throwing sand in their eyes? That would be sleight of hand. I would make you do... I would ask you to give me a sleight of hand check. Because, you know, you're trying to get it in his eyes without him seeing so that he doesn't block his eyes or whatever. Right? So you're going to have to get sneaky with that sand. And also being able to throw that accurately enough that it actually hits him in the eyes. So sleight of hand is what I would have you roll. So depending on the situation, you have different skills that your DM might ask you to say, you know, to roll for. And that is an important aspect as well that I'd like to kind of bring up, which is when your DM asks you to do something, right? When your DM asks you, hey, what do you want to do? I would always suggest that you do not think of your skills per se, right? At least not as much, especially if you're in the early part of, if you're still learning. What I would recommend you do is you ask yourself what would make sense. What is it that I actually want to do? And then it'll be up to the DM to decide which skills are going to be, you know, the appropriate ones to measure in your, you know, based on your action. It is better to roleplay, yes. I am always of that mind that it has to come down to the character first. Do what your character does, and then let the DM decide. Yeah, you know? So, and that's generally going to be it. You know, you have a challenge, you have a number you want to hit, you roll the dice, you add bonuses, you deduct penalties, and pray to the dice gods that you hit the number or higher. You do that over and over and over, and you're basically playing D&D already. Seduce every encounter. We can always try. And I love how that in recent, it used to be the meme, right? It used to be a meme of, oh, I want to seduce the dragon. I want to seduce the dragon. I want to seduce the dragon. There's a lot of stuff happening now. There's a lot of like counter movement almost, where people are like, oh, I want to seduce the dragon. Okay, roll a constitution check, because the dragon's going to be on top. Her. Play your character like a story character. Exactly. I am always going to be a story first type of DM. And I am willing to bend rules if it makes sense in the context of the story, or if it would make for a really amazing moment. Gotta throw it back in transit with the dance. That's almost like, gotta throw it back and transit with the dance. Sorry, it sounded way too smooth. All right. Sorry, I got distracted. Nummy is definitely a bard, for sure. I am convinced. I rolled to overpower the dragon so I get to be top. That is gonna be a strength check. Athletics. Athletics, dear Kenta. You gotta make sure that your strength is up to par. A top is not a top without, you know... Especially if you're trying to compete against a dragon. Not charisma, it depends. Because if you're just trying to, you know... If you, because based on Kenta's description, I rolled to overpower, then that's, you know, that's a strength check. That's why Warlock is just a fun class, highly customizable, and also you get the GM to sit down and make your patron. Right. Well, that dragon's willing to be a bottom. That's why your phrasing is very important. That is why your wording is important. If you say I want to overpower, that implies like a physical contest, like like a contest of physical strength, versus say I want to I want to intimidate, or I want to like intimidate the dragon to being submissive, like describe how you would do something. Then it becomes very clear to your dungeon master or game master to decide, oh, okay, they're trying to convince the dragon to be a bottom, right? Then you got to make sure that you contextualize that so that you can roll the correct stats, so to speak. Yeah, a patron as an entity is very interesting and always very fun, especially if you have, if you make that patron, the relationship with a patron, very interesting. I rolled to cast an illusion that I am a female dragon. Oh, that I can think of 100 ways that's gonna go sideways, Kenta. Overpower, strength, convince the dragon, charisma. Yeah, those key phrases. I've been giggling like an idiot for the last few minutes at this scenario. Yeah, we are currently just kind of stuck on, the dragon. Joke's on you, I'm into that. All right, then I'm gonna need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, which is gonna be over here, to see if you survive the dragon's, advances. Because that's going to be a test of your physical endurance. And that's where I make you roll a Constitution saving throw. The dragon needs protection. Huh. Then, if in that case, the dragon would be the one that also needs to make a Constitution saving throw. If it resists whatever, I don't know, disease you might have had on you. Okay. Before we turn this into a different kind of dungeons for the dragon, let us carry on. Okay. So yeah, now with all of that said, with I'm sure we have a very interested dragon, let's actually get into the process of creating a character. Does he, as a human bloodline, have advantage on horny saving throws due to the nature of humans? If it were up to me, if I were the one to make a decision on this, I would say it would be a disadvantage. Wait. Yeah, I would. Okay, it depends on what you mean, because like what I'm understanding from what you're trying to say, Nito, is that, can the human resist being horny? If that is what you meant, then I would say he has a disadvantage. Because humans be horny as shit. Considering how many half human, half other race we got going on, that is a disadvantage to the horny roll. Welcome back, Blank Logic. Welcome back. I roll to leave food for the dragon to eat its laxatives. I see. Well, that's gonna be a completely different roll. First and foremost, I think I would say the dragon needs to pass what is called a probably a perception check. I would say perception check if it is able to kind of detect that there are laxatives in the food, and if it thinks that, oh, okay, it's probably safe to eat, and then he can probably eat it. The important thing is, remember, the GM is just as much a player in the story as you are making as you. So, standard rules. Fuck around, find out. Yeah. That being said, you said bard. We don't have, we don't have a bard on our list of, characters to create today. I think our first one. By the way, if you want to leave a suggestion, I'm gonna put it in chat, the link to the YouTube community post. if you want to put in a suggestion for a build for us today. I'm going to try to go over as many as I can. I just came in and heard something about Bard. Oh, yeah, that's because Nami was suggesting to seduce the Bard. Seduce the dragon, and I figured, you know what? Yeah, I think Nami would make for a Bard. And also wrote something in chat that sounded like a rap. Currently envisioning a blacksmith who makes really good weapons, but hasn't the faintest clue how to fight and tends to run away longer until one day they face it head on. Ah, okay. So blacksmith makes for an interesting backstory, but then what needs to happen is that now you need to pick a class, which we'll actually go over in the character creation process. Just saw what Nikki suggested. The fairy cleric order domain that has severe Napoleon complex. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. So I put the link in there. If you want to suggest something, put it in there. That's where I'm gonna be checking. And let's probably then get started on character creation. So before we go into all of these suggestions from you, I will walk you through my process of how I go through character creation. Whether it be as a player or as a DM making an NPC. And always, it has to start with a concept. Because at the end of the day, I have to enjoy the character that I am going to play as. It has to be fun for me. It has to give me ample opportunities to, just kind of inhabit this character. And for example, what we're going to do is we're going to go through... Let's see. Okay, chat. Should I make an entirely new character? Or do you want me to use one of my existing characters, and I can run you through my process of what I wanted to do with it? You guys can decide on that. If I see just one, then I'll pick the one. If I see some more, then we'll see which ones, how many more, which has more options or more suggestions. Because the character that I might... New character, so we can see in real time what to expect and what to do. That sounds fair. Sleepy wants a crypt and existing. Damn it. Okay. Worst case scenario, if we can't decide, I'm going to roll a dice. So if we don't get a tiebreaker in like 10 seconds, then I'm going to roll the dice. I want to see what kind of characters you've already made. Ah, then we can do both. How does that sound? New character. Okay, so let's go. That's a tiebreaker. Second for existing. I see. Okay. But we got our tiebreaker first, so we're going to go with that. We're going to go create a brand new character altogether. Can I... Do you guys think I can get away with it? Showing you D&D Beyond? You know what? Let's risk it. I want to risk it for the biscuit. Please don't destroy me, wizards. Alright, so here we are. D&D Beyond. Let me actually also just try to narrow it down so we can see it a little better. And then enlarge. Enlarge! How's it looking? You will rue the day! So we have a couple of characters here. As you can see, I did create myself as well. A hypothetical Richter Fowl at level 20. And there's a couple of other characters that I've used as both NPCs and as a player. You remember the JoJo creation, right? We went for Nail Joe Mark Joshier. Mark. We made a level 1 lizard folk. That was actually pretty fun. Constitution stat? Let's take a look real quick. Constitution is what did I say? Yeah, just an 8. Yeah. Cuz whenever I do these builds, right? I don't roll for them. I usually start with a standard array. Because that way I can always reuse the build and know what baseline I have for it. And if I want to roll the stats for it, then I'll just roll the stats. It shouldn't affect the rest of the build. It shouldn't be tilted in any particular way either. So you can see strength is 8, dexterity is 14, constitution 10, intelligence 20, wisdom 14, charisma 12. He is a wizard, and his the what do you call it? What's the term I'm looking for? Damn it. His specialty is that of illusion. He is what do you call that? College of Illusion. That is his arcane tradition. There we go. That's the term I was looking for. Arcane tradition. He is in the school of illusion. An illusionist mage. Yes, yes. So, that said, so yeah, so those are the abilities. He's still very squishy with only 82 HP at max 20. This is far from an optimized build, so we'll ignore that for now. And we have a couple of these other characters as well. So let's make a new one then, yeah? Let's create a whole new character. And we're going to do a standard step-by-step. Not enough to outrun the power word. Nope. That's because he also doesn't have any magical items. Typically, if you hit level 20, you're going to have magical items to help with stuff. Oh, I actually, what do you call that? I think I remember seeing this TikTok or YouTube short recently. Brennan Lee Mulligan describing, I think it was power word kill. I don't remember the specific context, but he described how does a killing spell work, and it was very vivid and absolutely horrifying in how cold it was kind of described. And the way that he kind of described, I'm paraphrasing, by the way, because I cannot, quote word per word the words of Brennan Lee Mulligan. That how, in his mind, how a killing spell works. Things like Avada Kedavra or, other similar spells. It's akin to entering someone's mind, right? And slowly turning off all of the light switches one by one. Kind of like somebody closing up shop, turning off all the lights, closing all the windows one by one until everything in the house is just black and closed. That is how he described power word kill. I think that's what he was trying to describe, but basically a killing spell. And I was watching this with my mouth just open, oh shit, that is very interesting way to describe how you literally just kill someone, with a spell, right? Just click, 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 then choop, choop, All the lights just go out one at a time. In the hallway, bedroom, and then finally the last light, click, and the house is dark, and you're dead. It was pretty chilling. I wish I could do his description justice, but in summary, that's how it went. So let's give our character a name. What kind of names should we? Let's just randomize something here. Unless you guys have like some really good suggestions for names that I like. Welcome, Sin. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We're about to start with a random character creation for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition 2024. So, we're going to start with a character. Sometimes I start with a name. If I have something in mind, then I can go start with a name. Otherwise, I start with a concept typically. Like, what am I going to be in the mood for? And let's say right now, what would be a good, what would be a fun character? Yeah, we could give them a boring name, and I'll give them like a concept that I like. A name can build a lot. Do we want funny or serious? Okay, how about this? I'll come up with a concept. You guys think of a name. How's that sound? And I'm thinking the concept we can go for is, let's say, a character that is... Okay. We're gonna go with someone who is a kind of seasoned veteran. They've been around the block. They've been fighting. You know, they've been working as like a warrior of sorts for some time now. But the thing is, they've never really left their home region. At most, this person has only ever seen 3 villages, and it's the only life that they've ever known. But they are easily like the strongest fighter, like the strongest warrior in their entire region. And because they live in such an isolated, they're in isolated villages. They're like a frontier town, right? They're like three small towns in this new continent that was previously undiscovered, right? So it's this new frontier. Our adventurer is one of the first people who migrated from the old country into the new world, and he quickly makes a name for himself, being the most renowned warrior in the three villages, or in the 3 towns, let's say. But little does he know that, beyond this entire new world lies even more threats than he'd ever known before. So he thinks he's great, but he is very in over his head. And he's gonna be very confident, right? But not like cocky, not like overly arrogant, but he's just very, he believes in himself, and he believes in this kind of almost manifest destiny that he thinks is meant for him. That he has this hero's journey all plotted out in his head. Exactly, hyped up by the local populace, very famous for the kids, and he is about to have his worldview challenge. Also, give me a second. I'm going to turn off the AC. It's cold. I forget there's a... I turned it on earlier because it was getting a little stuffy, but now it's gone a little too far in the other direction. Victor. Victor sounds like a pretty good name. Let's combine it. Let's call him Victor Dimitri. Let's have Rennie as his nickname. Help! I'm being kidnapped by the Black Ops. Welcome, Marek. Hello, hello. Or would you prefer that I call you Emil? But welcome to the stream. All right, so we're gonna name him Victor Rennie Dimitri. Did I get that right? Ugh. Dimitri. Alright, so that's going to be our character's name. And we're going to go for the homebrew. We're going to allow homebrew. We're going to allow expanded rules. We're going to remove the partnered content so we can stick to just the basic stuff. We'll enable dice rolling. We'll leave some of these extra optional stuff for now. And we'll have the HP fixed instead of doing it manually. So encumbrance basically is just, whether we're going to allow things to weigh accurately. I don't usually allow it, or even if it accidentally gets allowed, I just ignore it most of the time. All right, so let's go ahead and allow Dimitri to exist. Now, what race and class? We'll pick the picture later, actually. So let's go with Rennie. Encumbrance on a strength dump character is something. Well, let's see. So, here we have now all the classes currently available in 5th edition. At least for the base. Since we're not including the extra, the non, what do you call it? Katie, no biting. No biting. So, no, okay. I have a question. How do you guys pronounce this class? Because I have heard this class pronounced in so many different ways that it eventually confused me on how to pronounce it. Because I've heard it artificer. The weirdest one I've heard is artificer. That's like the weirdest version I've heard it read. We haven't decided on the name is going to be Victor Rennie Dimitri. Artificer? Oh, I see. Yeah, because I see I've heard people use it. Yeah, artificer. Lots of people pronounce it differently. So I am not going to judge anyone for pronouncing it whatever way. As long as I know what you're talking about, go. Artificer. But yeah, everybody's... Nice to see that we all have, very different... That we all agree to disagree. Alright, so, with Victor being the character that they are, he's very, on special occasions, artificier. I see. Okay, I am going to rule out, I think, for Victor, the spellcasting classes. I think I am tossing up between a ranger, a rogue, or a fighter. One of the martial classes, I want to say. One of those three. I'm thinking of making him a ranger. Crown Paladin? That works too. That works. That can work. But we'll have to kind of change his backstory a little bit. A part of me is leaning towards Ranger right now because of the fact that they are kind of like a frontier territory. So imagine it's like early colonial America where, you know, there's not a lot of people around. Welcome, Kohi! What do these classes even do? If you can't explain it, it's fine. I'll probably look it up. All right, let's go through the classes real quick. Thankfully, I have watched Joe Katz's summary. I wish I could show it here, but I probably can't. I will link to it, though, at some point. I will probably link to it. But Barbarian. Barbarians are a martial class. They do lots of damage. They wear no armor. And their signature ability is Rage. Where they basically get super, super angry. And they can resist a lot of damage for a while. But when they're done getting, you know, angry, they get tired. They're basically a toddler. Imagine if a toddler, and then you just made them like, and you gave them the body of, what's his name? Of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, we're using 2024 Shirayami. We are, we're switching to we are using 2024 now. Bard. Okay, next. I'll save the casters for later because we're going to go through them and differentiate the different casters. Let's see. Let's go for Fighter now. Fighter is your most generic, I will stab things or I will beat things up and I will be pretty good at it. You've been having fun with that? I see. I haven't honestly been able to check all the differences with the new 2024, stuff yet. So I might find them here. I might notice. I might not. It's also been a couple months, I say, since I've played properly. I might not even notice the difference. We'll get into multi-class later, since we're kind of going through more of like an introductory version of character creation. Yeah, so a fighter is basic, but there's nothing wrong with that. A fighter is good at fighting. It's a lot of you can use a lot of different weapons. You can use a lot of different kinds of armor. That's really it. You have certain combat maneuvers depending on what kind of like subclass you use for the fighter. But give or take, you give them a weapon, they're gonna be good at it most of the time. They're also decently tanky. Will this be a long stream? We'll try to make it long. We'll keep it as long as possible, Koi, so hopefully you can stick around. A fighter is essentially a Swiss Army knife of martial classes. Yeah. So basically, of all of the things that stab and beat and slice, the fighter is your Swiss Army knife. Next is monk. Kind of a little bit self-explanatory until you get to the subclasses. But to summarize, a monk punches things really hard. And it hurts. And then we get wild because each class, all right, each of these classes kind of have like their their variants. Like a barbarian, for example, you can have a barbarian that's basically a JoJo character, where he gets to summon like an ancestral spirit to help him rage. So he has like a stand. And then, you know, fighter they have different variations. Like there is a knight that is, I think, I'm not sure if did they keep knight here or is that an older edition? But yeah, so they have like different fighting styles as well. So you can have two people who are fighters, but they can also build very, very differently. So that even if you have two of them, it's fine. You know, they can still be very different from each other. Samurai, I think, is under fighter, right? Samurai, Battlemaster, Champion. Oh, sorry. They're basically subclasses. Now, the reason monk is a little funny is because monks have basically kind of like different disciplines. So there's the way of the 4 elements, where a monk graduates from basically just being a punchy muck punch, and he basically becomes the avatar. Master of all 4 elements. Which is like one of the funniest things ever. And if you don't feel like doing that, you can always be, what do you call that? Kensei? I think, is Kensei the one with like, with all the... Oh, and also thank you for the resub, Pixel. Thank you. Kensei monk, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of like a more Shaolin monk with the weaponry. Astral Self Monk for the JoJo meme. Right, there's that one too. And then there's also Way of the Shadow, which if you just want to be a ninja, there you go. Where you can literally you can literally walk on shadows. And then we have Paladin. Paladin is a bit of a mixed, it's a mixed class in the sense where they can be good at fighting. They're pretty good at fighting. They're also pretty good at, they can have some minor spells. And they also have some healing. Way of Mercy. Ah. You can become Jackie Chan and hit with improvised weapon. Right. So Tavern Brawler, so there are these things called feats, but we'll get to that later in the character creation. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So yeah, Paladin is basically a martial class like fighter, except that they also have, they're basically a weapon of their god of choice, right? So they have, but rather than like being strictly religious, they have these things called oaths. O-A-T-H, oath. So depending on the kind of oath that they choose, they have to follow a very specific set of rules. Meaning they have to behave a certain way. Oops, wait. So for example, let's see, where is that? Subclass. You know what? Let's have a look. Where is Paladin? Here we go. So this is kind of the Paladin. These are the different classes, and they're different subclasses. Where are they? Subclasses. Here we go. So Oath of Devotion. You have Oath of Glory and Oath of the Ancient. So it's kind of like, what is it? What are your virtues? What are your ideals? And then that's kind of like that is the source of a paladin's power. And of course, there's also the Oath of Vengeance, where you are somebody who punishes, evil acts. You are an avenger. Now, remember when I said that paladins have a particular oath that they need to keep, and that kind of determines a lot of their behavior. If you act out of line of your oath, you will become what they call an oath breaker. And honestly, just the term oath breaker makes it sound so cool. Which is why I'm actually playing an oath breaker paladin in my Baldur's Gate game with Kazuki and Ozzy. It's just it has a very different vibe. I love it. Let me see if I can get into a proper voice. I am an oath breaker. Once I vowed myself to ideals that I thought were unshakable, but I have seen far too much. The only oath that I fulfill now is that to myself, that I decide for my own. My destiny will not be decided by any gods, but my own 2 hands. So yeah, that's Oathbreaker! I love it. I love a heroic Oathbreaker. He's if you wanna have like a kind of comparison, Captain America during the Winter Soldier movie was basically An Oathbreaker Paladin. Think about it. If you've seen Captain America, the Winter Soldier, right? And you look at Steve Rogers' behavior, what he was doing throughout the movie, protecting Bucky, he was basically an Oathbreaker Paladin. Oh, that's so good. That's why I love that movie. Such a good movie. Like he followed his gut. He disobeyed, the government and everything. Fuck yeah. Okay, so that's Paladin. It's honestly pretty fun. A lot of people tend to think that Paladins can be boring. But it really depends on the player, I have to say, your VA for that was very good. The shift in pitch was crazy. Thank you. I have been practicing that a little bit more. I've been trying to do, what do you call it? I've been trying to kind of practice that a little bit more over the last couple of weeks. Like getting the, I see. What would you say if we were to make an agreement upon this? My sword in your service. I will vow my blade to you, for as long as you maintain your vows and your ideals. Break them, and I shall break you as I will break my blade. I have a question. If you become an Oathbreaker, can you mend your pact with your god? You can! And generally, 5th edition has actually done this thing where they're actually shifting away from gods, per se. So that's why, for example, you see that, like paladins, they're no longer dedicated to gods like in the same way that they were, let's say, in previous editions. They're more now like devoted to their, they have their oath to their devotions, right? Like to their ideals, which is why you have like Oath of the Ancients, which is all about protecting and preserving the order of nature, right? And that you basically become like this, like an arm and a blade to fight for the natural order. Whereas, for example, Oath of Vengeance, you will always like react very viscerally to any kind of injustice that you see. And that if you see any kind of like, oh, let's say, for example, let's say I'm an Oath of Vengeance paladin, and I see that there's like a peasant or a beggar on the street that's getting kicked around by a bunch of unruly little shite heads of like, sons of nobles, right? Nobody wants to touch them because these kids are fucking, the children of the most powerful people in the city. So everybody turns a blind eye. An Oath of Vengeance paladin must not avert his gaze from this injustice and must intervene to protect those who cannot defend themselves. So an Oath of Vengeance must, intervene. If they do not, then it is an utter betrayal of their tenets. And because of that, they run the risk of being punished, and being denied the powers that grant them, their abilities to be an Oath of Vengeance paladin. And maybe it is valid. It can be valid that you don't want to fuck around with the nobles of this city right now. And you kind of have a choice between, as a paladin that swears to avenge injustice wherever I see it, will I turn a blind eye and avoid conflict because it is not the time nor place to be fighting? Or will I risk getting myself into deeper shit and make this a fight right now? And that is a very critical story decision for the player, right? Like, do I follow my conviction to stand up for this person who cannot defend themselves, right? And run the risk of becoming public enemy number one because all of a sudden all of the shithead nobles put a bounty on your character. Or are you trying to like avoid being conspicuous because you're in the middle of a stealth mission, right? You have to make that decision and kind of make your bed and lay in it, as they say. Whatever decision you decide to do, there are consequences. And the DM will make sure that those consequences manifest. So that's the fun thing about Paladin. I kind of got distracted too much. I have a bit of a bias right now for Paladin because I'm playing one. Next is Ranger. Rangers are outdoorsmen, basically. They are the people who are gonna be out and about constantly, who are gonna be in the most hostile of environments. They're gonna be, out wherever, in very specific environments. They're very specialists. The thing about a ranger is that they tend to be, well, at least they used to be, much more specialized on their environments, and that's always been a bit of a complaint from a lot of people. And for a good while, it was a very valid criticism that rangers were far too niche. Like, you had to specialize in a specific environment, and then if suddenly you weren't, it's suddenly like it sucks, So I think they've done some tweaking where it's a little bit less focused on where you are anymore. I personally have not played a ranger recently, so I can't tell you too much about it. But they have some minor spell casting. They have fighting styles they have some fighting styles like a fighter, but they also have a bit of spell casting that's nature based. And one of their one of their specialties, though, is that they are excellent trackers, because they're good at finding their targets. They can be they can be like bounty hunters. They can make for very excellent bounty hunters because they have good tracking in any environment now. They can basically make sure that if they are trailing someone, they will find them. They will identify the footsteps you leave behind and make sure that you are found. They're also a good mix between melee and range fighting as well. It's a lot of things. A ranger can be a lot of things, and also is I would say, one of the difficulties in playing a ranger is that there are so many different kind of directions you can go with it. I love your urban swarm ranger, who's just a big weirdo. Ah, yes. That is gonna be it's honestly a scary idea. Sniping and just moving automatically. Oh, did we? Okay. So that's Ranger. Rogue, on the other hand, is basically what it says on the tin. You have the sneaky backstab guy. The person who specializes in not being seen. But this also comes in different flavors. Rogue I have played to a good amount as well. And the different subclasses are also pretty cool. You have your classic thief, for example, which is all about kind of getting in and out, doing things, sneaking, pickpocketing. You have your arcane trickster, which is a bit of a hybrid with spellcasting, if that's your thing. Assassin, which is exactly what it sounds like. If you're the first person to hit something, then you're going to deal a lot of extra oomph, oomph, oomph. Swiss can be a Swiss Army knife, but my favorite version of a rogue, actually, is it not here? Oh no, it's not in here. It's in the other book. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to. Where was it? Which book was it? Was it Xanathar's? I'll have to check. Here we go. Mastermind is my favorite, what do you call that? Subclass of a rogue. Because it is somewhat, it's basically a spy master. You know, he's the insightful kind of like dude who's like who's like playing chess with everybody on the board. Okay, so allow me to read the description of the mastermind. You're focused on people and on the influence and secrets they have. Many spies, courtiers, and schemers follow this archetype, leading lives of intrigue. Words are your weapons as often as knives or poison, and secrets and favors are some of your favorite treasures. They're basically the social manipulators of the rogue class. So if you want to be, this is actually streaming to me right now. Yeah, it's honestly a super fun class because you're a spy master. You know, you go around, you can have disguises. You talk to somebody, you can convince them, hey, you know what? I'm looking for my keys. Would you happen to know where the key master is? I kind of need his help. And then he leads you to the key master's office, and you're like, all right, cool. And then you say farewell, and then you just kind of sneak in there, grab your own key. My current character is a thief rogue that is a battle medic from hermit background. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of that's a pretty interesting mix where you have like a very different background. Social engineering and stealth, yeah. So insightful manipulator, and then you have soul of deceit. You can present false thoughts by succeeding. So this is for me is one of my favorite things. Soul of deceit. Starting at 17th level, your thoughts can't be read by telepathy or other means unless you allow it. And you can present false thoughts by succeeding a charisma deception check contested by the wisdom insight check. You can fool mind readers. That is such an awesome like concept. You know? I just love that idea that somebody who's trying to like read your thoughts, right? And then you're just like, no, this is what you think I'm thinking. It's just so cool. I love it. It's just such a good, I love the flavor of the mastermind, you know? It's just someone who's always calm, collected, you know? Everything they do has like a plan and a plan underneath it. Like, if anybody watches Spy Family, just think of Lloyd, you know? That's kind of it. Just Lloyd Forger. She almost died at her first session against 4 CR12 snakes. She was with like 8 or 10 people though. Oh. I have a little story to share of a something that happened. I don't know why I remember this, but I had a party and they had someone, you know, they made a friend with an NPC, right? And the NPC betrayed them, essentially. And they went through like this chase through, and that led eventually into like these swamps. And eventually it was just down to 2 players and the NPC. Unfortunately, they had kind of all fallen through like a certain like a bog area, and then they kind of went. It was apparently like kind of like a cenote, so they kind of fell through the ground into a deeper like kind of hole underneath it. And then one of the 2 players ended up getting held at knife point, and so the traitor was holding one of the other players at knife point, right? And they were getting super desperate. Gaslight mind readers. Yeah, that's true. The mastermind is cool for that. And also welcome, Shampoo. And So the traitor holding the knife, like, don't step any closer. Don't you fucking dare. But the other player clearly did not care and kept walking. And then, the traitor, like, don't make me do it. I'm gonna do it. But the player kept going. And then eventually just like the traitor actually slit the throat of the player. And then that's it. 0 HP. Downed. Absolutely downed. I want to try to have a conversation with YouTube chat. I see. Good luck. It's a bit delayed on YouTube, I think. Depending on as well whether or not they refreshed. So yeah, that was fun. Player throat got slit, and they wondered why. Oh shit! Okay, that actually happens. Welcome, DB. Congratulations on getting your model reveal done. Good job, good job. Okay, so let's go back. So rogue, that's pretty much that is the rogue class. Very sneaky and a lot of different flavors of it. Now let's get to the proper spellcasters. They come in generally 5 different flavors. You have your cleric, your druid, your sorcerer, your warlock, and your wizard. Now you might be wondering, what's the difference? What's the difference between these 5 different spellcasters that they all cast spells? The answer is where they get their magic from. Clerics get their magic from a holy domain or from a divine domain. So that means basically things like, like divine domains, things like light, life, death, flavor, yeah, generally flavor and your spell list. If we're being technical, right? If we're being technical, the differences are also in their actual spell list. Because there are some very specific spells that go for different classes as well. Yeah, flavors too, honestly. That is another thing. So clerics, basically divine domains. And basically that is like, okay, so, and then, now, each domain can have different gods and domain expansion. So let's say you have a god, a deity. A deity usually has, encompasses different domains. Kind of like, how Zeus is a god of thunder, but also is what is it? What else was he god of? I forget. But let's say it's like thunder, right? And among other things. Let's not talk any further about what the things Zeus has done. But basically, those different things are, what do you call that? What they kind of influence what spells you get more access to as a cleric. And naturally, you have to be on good terms with your god of choice. And you keep that up, you'll have access to your spells. The nice thing about clerics is that every day when they wake up, they can choose from any of the spells that they have access to and equip that for the day for their use. The reason I say that is because spellcasting, I'll have to get into how spellcasting works a little bit later, but that's going to be important. That clerics have access to all the spells right off the bat, but they can only take a handful of them at a time. Think of it as okay, to kind of give a small analogy for spellcasting, imagine it's a gun, or specifically a revolver, right? Your spells are the bullets. Kind of. And that, you have to load your bullets up, right? So clerics have access to all the different kinds of bullets right away, and it's just up to them which bullets they load into their gun. if that makes any sense. I hope it does. Next is Druid. Druids basically get their magic from nature. From the trees. From the grass. From the bear that's creeping up behind you and about to maul you. Because you were walking around in the wrong neighborhood. Nature. Abundance. Does that make Lorax a druid? I don't remember. I don't remember who Lorax is. Is that like the Dr. Seuss dude, or am I thinking of someone else? So yeah, so druids. Oh, now the signature thing about druids is that they have what do you call that? One of their, I think, was it one of their subclasses, or do all druids get to wild shape? I haven't actually played a proper druid. We don't talk about Halcyon though. It's all right. We're fine. We're fine. Halcyon is too thick for his own good. No, wild shape. I need to know. I need to know druids. Do all druid subclasses wild shape? I think they do, right? And I think it's just like a specific subclass that does it really, really well. No, let's talk about that, Halcyon. We'll talk about Halcyon eventually. I think they do. Wild shape? Do they? I need a confirmation, chat. Tell me. I must know. I haven't honestly played a druid, so I can't tell you. Maybe I should just check. Druid. Oh, no. Okay, Circle. Circle of the Moon is the one that's more specialized for wild shape, but basically they... Okay. Thank you, DB. Okay, so all druids wild shape. By wild shape, I mean they transform into fucking animals. And depending on your level, you have access to different types of animals. There's like a whole list of it. So that's the cool part with druids. They can transform, and a particular, what's this? Druid from Baldur's Gate 3 has become infamous for a particular transformation. You want to play as a cat. He was a druid who couldn't get out of wild shape due to a curse. It doesn't even have to be wild shape, actually, if you wanted to play as a cat. Yeah, there is tons of nuance, but we're kind of going at it from a high level view because we're trying to explain to those who might not be fully familiar with all of D&D yet. Like, for example, I think Willow is kind of new, so we're skipping some of the more detailed stuff and just trying to at least get the basic idea. Circle of the Sea uses wild shape to make a sea spray around them that messes people up. Oh, that's kind of fun. Can a druid transform into a horny dragon? I don't know if dragon is in the wild shape list of druids. Can the druids in chat confirm? Yes, depending on the DM. Yeah, and then there's also homebrew. You know, if you wanna put it in there, you can. You have to talk about it with your DM and see what can happen with it. It has to be rule of cool. Yeah. But normally no. Understood. We circle back to seducing the dragon again every single time. You dragon fuckers. I'm not judging you, but I'm calling you out for what you are. Isn't magical creatures normally off the wild shape list? Typically. Which is why you have to talk about it with your DM if that's something they'll permit. Depending on, let's say, if you're gonna be like in a super high level campaign, it might be possible with some limitations. Maybe you can just go in with certain abilities. Because you have to nerf that shit down a little bit. You know, you have to kind of tone it down if you're gonna wild shape into a dragon. Okay, so that's the druid. Next caster that we're gonna be looking at is the sorcerer. If your druid has draconic lineage, you can definitely rule of cool it. Yeah. Dragons are secretly horny. Not entirely wrong, but that also depends on the specific dragon. There are, I think, some dragons that are more inclined to that. We can all ask Lais Cel about it, maybe. Because he actually ended up sleeping with twins. Twin dragons. Think about that. The balls on Lais Cel to have slept not just with one, but with two. You know? And he got away with it, and he's still alive, somehow. Lais Cel Bainray. He is... Was it? That is his last name, wasn't it? Or am I getting it wrong? Give me a second. It should be under... There, sources. Waterdeep. Lais Cel. You know what? I'm just gonna go search him up. Oh, sorry, Dareth. So his last name, the other guy is Bainray, not Lais Cel. Oh no, he was previously of House Bainray. He was, I think he was probably exiled. I can't remember, but yes, this guy, very dapper gentleman, right there. Slept with twin dragons, lived to tell the tale, and is also the bane of many powerful people. So imagine in the society, in a female-dominated society, he manages to somehow retain a degree of not only independence, but a certain amount of power within Menzoberranzan. So yeah, he's a pretty awesome, pretty interesting dude. I wouldn't say he's a good guy. He is far from it. He's famous, he is interesting, but I wouldn't call him a good guy. He serves himself above anything else. And also, I actually found it super funny when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3 that I actually noticed someone was related to another drow associate of Lais Cel. Kimuriel. A blood drow. Does he have stats? Okay. He is a drow from a cutthroat society. Yeah. Normally he'd be like a second-class citizen there. So yeah, apparently. So Kimuriel is he's essentially the right-hand man of Lais Cel, right? He is an awesome psionicist. And apparently there was someone from House Oblodra in the in the Shadow Cursed Lands in Baldur's Gate 3. And when I found her, I'm like, oh my god, I recognize your last name. I know who you are. You're one of the few survivors of House Oblodra. God damn. Have you seen Kimuriel around? No? Okay, that makes sense. But anyway, we're kind of straying. Let's go back now to Sorcerer, the next casting class. So Sorcerer is basically the sugar baby of magic. That's Warlock. No. Sorcerer is the sugar baby of Sorry, not sugar baby. What's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Not sugar baby. That's more like warlock. There's another term. What do you call somebody who gets like an inheritance and stuff? There's a term. Nepo baby. There we go. Nepo baby of magic. There we go. I knew there was another term for that. Okay, they are the Nepo baby of magic. You can also consider them a trust fund kid of magic. Depending on the lottery. Nepo baby, trust fund kid, the works. Basically, a sorcerer's source of magic is their bloodline. Maybe Grandpappy got a little too frisky with a dragon. You know? Maybe Grandpappy got too frisky with a dragon, because we're going back to that eventually. I know y'all are going to be thinking about it. And so, and then maybe the kid, maybe dad didn't quite, inherit those magic power stuff. But then maybe, you inherited that. It's a recessive gene, perhaps. And skipped a generation, and then you're born with magical powers beyond your control. So as a sorcerer, you have a more natural connection to magic. It is almost by sheer force of will that you are able to make magic function. Tapping into the weave with with nothing but your determination. That is a sorcerer. Granddad was told to slay the dragon, but instead he went to lay the dragon. Yep, that is exactly what we get. So the sorcerers also have like different. It can also be that let's say that for example, mom and dad were scientists or like magical. They're magical chemists and stuff, and they were testing all sorts of magical potions and whatnot and chugging on it. Or let's not make them good people. Let's say mom and dad were magic potion druggies or something, and they had a kid, and that kid ended up having all of the effects of those different potions that mom and dad took, right? So who knows? Whatever the source, whatever the reason, or whatever the cause, you somehow got magic running through your veins just because of you existing. Is the kid as a test tube magic baby? That's true. All I can think of is how Gale thinks you don't work hard for your magic or having magic naturally. Okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to Wizard. But yeah, so that is a sorcerer. Warlock is fun, in my opinion. It's very fascinating from a story perspective. Because Warlock gets their magic at a cost. Right? And basically, you may or may not necessarily have been consenting to getting that magical gift. So that is always an interesting kind of perspective. Where you may have been coerced to, accepting a pact with a Fey Queen for magic. In exchange, you are now her plaything, and that she summons you, at whatever whim she decides, and makes you dance like a monkey, and then sends you off again. Back through whatever dimensional, portal she saw fit to pull you from. And your patron, whoever is the person that is like the source of your magic, that isn't a divine entity, can technically be anyone that is sufficiently powerful enough to grant you that power. It can actually be super funny sometimes where you have your patron who looks like just some normal guy. Like just some normal dude who just got a lot of really powerful magic. And he's like, you know what? Hey, you want some magic? You got to do something for me, though. I need some, can you get me that? Can you, run down to the liquor store? Grab me, a couple bottles of sherry? And I'll give you some magic powers, bro. And then, you come back, you get those sherries, and you come back, you give him the bottles, and he grants you, all right, there you go, you got some magic power now, my dude. And now you have some low-level magic. I read a manhwa about heroes who got their abilities from the upper realm gods, and they had to do their gods' whims to keep their powers. Similar concept, except that the actual entities that warlocks trade with are not gods. They can literally be fey entities, they can be devils, they can be eldritch creatures. Hell, it can be a cursed book. And can your patron be your mom? Yeah, provided your mom has enough, has the sufficient magical power to grant you, then yeah, definitely. I have a character, his mom is his patron and his dad is his god. That's kind of cool. A demigod warlock / cleric. That would be interesting. Or if you want the stats to be a little bit more in tune, it can be warlock paladin. Make it warlock paladin so you have a bit of you can have a bit of mix. So you can have it all on charisma. Because cleric uses wisdom primarily as their stat. So if you don't want to like double stack your stats, you can always try paladin. That's gonna be fun. How you gotta pay back, mom? Gotta give her a kiss on the cheek before you mission in front of the party and make you to say I love you. Gotta go, mom. Not gonna get you your powers until you come over here with a kitten right here. He is multi-cleric warlock. And he's the city's lawyer. That sounds fun. So yeah, warlock is basically you get magic powers at a price. And it can even be super fun. Like you can have like one of the ideas I've been thinking about is what if you were like just so shit-faced drunk and you accidentally made a pact with, with a fae that you hooked up with. Think about it. Imagine it's like you're drunk in Vegas, you hook up with a fae that was having just a around town, and then you go through one of those like chapel weddings, those quick weddings, and now you're suddenly a warlock. One night stand patron contract. It doesn't even have to be like a one night stand per se. You can just have accidentally gone through a freaking one of those what do you call that, weddings. One of those like chapel drive-through weddings. The fact that you can yap on about this topic for hours amazes me. I have spent countless hours playing Dungeons and Dragons and have thought about this for a very long time. And there is a lot to cover. There's a reason why the core books of Dungeons and Dragons, Kohi, are like 3 pretty thick, hardbound books. So yeah, that's an interesting one. You got drunk in Vegas, and next thing you know, you're married to a fae and you're a warlock. So yeah, next is one of the last is the wizard. The wizard is basically the magic nerd. Yes. Basically, they studied to learn magic, and that's all there is to it. But because they specialize in actually learning magic, they can actually pick like a specific school of magic to specialize in. You're gonna AFK? No problem, Willow. No problem. Take time. You know what? I am also gonna take the opportunity to go use the bathroom. So I'm gonna go ahead and just mute real quick, and I will be back. So just give me a minute. Okay, and I'm back. I took a quick bathroom break, Kohi. Since it was only just like a couple seconds, like a minute or two, decided not to go into the BRB screen. Okay. So wizards are basically magic nerds. They study their magic, and because of that, they can actually specialize in specific schools of magic. Now, schools of magic are basically just kind of like certain types of magic, whether it be things like casting illusions, casting protection magic, things like that. There are 8 schools of magic, if I'm remembering. Are there 8? Yeah, 8 schools of magic. Yeah. So abjuration, this is protection. Conjuration, this is summoning. These are basically summoning creatures and all sorts of other stuff. Divination is identifying and kind of, it's mostly like getting information and stuff. Enchantment, modifying stuff. Evocation, these are things like casting fireballs. Illusion, makes sense. It's just, casting illusions. And welcome back, Akira. Necromancy, I think a lot of people already know what necromancy is. And then transmutation is more like just changing properties of, I think, certain things. Turning things into other things, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. And going back, so yeah, those are wizards. Conjuring elements or even summoning oneself. Yeah, those are pretty fun. Necromancy is when someone likes to kiss people's necks, right? No. No, Pixel. No. Necromancers are just late healers. That's all they are. Exactly, Nito. Next, the Artificer. So, basically artificers, however you want to say it, they're basically wizards with an engineering degree. Artificers are wizards with an engineering degree. That's all. That's all I gotta say. Because basically, it's either an engineering degree or a chemistry degree. If you're the other, what do you call that? What's that? Let's go back to Xanathars again. Artificer. Wait, is it not here? Where was Artificer introduced? Oh, I've forgotten. Huh. Me when I make fake turrets to convince you you're in mortal danger? No, that's actual Eberron. Oh, okay. Eberron. Here we go. No problem, DB. Okay. So, specialists. So unless you're an alchemist, you're most likely going to have like an engineering degree. Alchemists are wizards with a chemistry degree. That's kind of the TLDR of it. Because, for example, the artillerist, you actually make turrets. You don't make fake turrets, Willow. You make real turrets. Actual, honest-to-God turrets. Eldritch cannons. As a battlesmith, you can create power armors, and that's fun. Yeah. You can also create constructs. So you can have like your own little like robot thing that follows you around. So yeah, basically you can add like a certain degree of like steampunkish like low steampunk energy into what do you call that? Into D&D. Yes, so now I can rob you, and you're in actual mortal danger. I. Battlesmith gets the dog armor, gets the power armor. Oh, all right. Oh, wait. Where is it? I can't hear you, but I see Artificer. Yeah. Welcome back, DB. So basically, yeah. So Artificers are wizards with an engineering degree or a chemistry degree, depending on which you choose. Yeah, Alchemists also exists. I have yet to see anyone actually play Alchemist, so much so that I'm tempted to play one now. You guys wanna change up Victor now? We're gonna have Victor be an alchemist. Magic that's flavored with science. Aye, let's make Victor a chemist. And let's change his backstory again real quick, because I suddenly want to make him a chemist. I'm actually playing a chef, cook, alchemist in my friend's campaign. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so this is gonna be Victor's new backstory. he's still in the frontier. He's still in that early, like the New World colony, established with a bunch of his other peers. But rather being an overconfident adventurer, he is now a man of science. A man who wants to progress beyond simply just the firearms and the colonial aspects. He wants to improve people's lives through his chemistry. But he understands that in this brave new world, there are going to be threats that you cannot simply talk your way out of and must use force. And so he uses his alchemical potions to both heal and harm. Yeah. So, now that we've selected the Artificer, we now have to select certain things as part of his kind of like overall build. So, some things you get automatically. I play a combat medic, paladin, rogue, artificer. I'm a practical healer without magic. Interesting. Triple multi-class too. All right. So, oh, by the way, to explain as well, as you level up, right? When you pick a class, you're not stuck with it, because every time you level up, you have to level up into a class. Now, the normal progression is that you level up into the class, into the same class, normally. What's the question, Sleepy? What have you got? Hit us. But yeah. However, if you meet certain conditions, then you also have the option to actually add a new class to your character. If our very favorite court mage was a D&D character, what class would he have? Wizard. I actually have a wizard created already. A School of Illusion wizard, Richter Fowl. Artificer, but they're in the middle of their chemistry class. Very well. Okay, so now that we've picked Artificer, the next step is actually going to be, could you do Artificer plus Monk? Yes, you could. You actually can. So you just have to remember that you can't just pick another class to level up into. You have to make sure that you meet the requirements for said class. And usually these requirements come in the form of stats. Like, for example, you can't just become a rogue if you have low dexterity, right? Because that wouldn't make sense. Because you have to have a minimum amount of competence in that class's basic stats. So let's say rogue, you're going to need some dexterity. Otherwise, you'd be a really, really bad rogue. So you need to have like a minimum requirement in order to, get into that class. It's kind of like school. It's like there are certain courses you can only get into if you have like a minimum GPA. like that. So now that we picked the class, we actually get some abilities automatically. So in this case, we have something like magical tinkering, which means that we can put a little bit of magic into ordinary stuff. So that's the level 1 ability. He also unlocks spellcasting. So that means we have access to certain spells. And we'll get into spellcasting a little bit later, because that can get rather tricky. And we'll kind of do it with, and it kind of tends to vary a little bit per what do you call that? Per class. They do things a little bit differently, which makes it a bit of a headache. Next, proficiencies. So it turns out that artificers can choose 3 different proficiencies. So you get to choose. Right? So 2 of them are going to be skills, and 1 is going to be for a certain tool set. Now, what this does is that it gives you bonus for very specific skills. So here we can choose from Arcana, which is more of like your knowledge of magical knowledge, right? Like, are you able to read runes? Are you able to distinguish magical items and whatnot? History is going to be your general knowledge of the world's history or the region's history, etc. You know, like the who's who, maybe you're slightly involved in the political situation, you know who's in charge of what. Investigation is kind of like your ability to really piece something out by logic. It's like, how well can you logic your way through problems and kind of in-depth, active, what do you call that? Like looking into. Now, a lot of times people might interchange or kind of, what's the word? They kind of seesaw between perception and investigation. Sometimes they get one mixed for the other. But to make the distinction very clear, perception is, because you can have them generally active. Because sometimes some people might say that, oh, investigation is just like an active version of perception. But no, you can actively perceive things, right? But so the core difference, at least the way that I understand it, is that perception is really about using your senses, using your sense of sight, your smell, your touch, your hearing, in order to kind of to observe changes, to observe for anything that you are looking out for, using your specific senses. Investigation is a little bit more involved, because that would then involve like kind of peering over through something, trying to take it apart, or trying to really be thorough and really trying to piece together different bits of information as well into coming to a conclusion. Whereas perception is more of you using your senses to kind of notice things. So that's kind of the core difference. Medicine is kind of self-explanatory. It's more of using like the lay person's medicine, being able to know how to bandage a wound, knowing how to do first aid, things like that. Nature is it's kind of like what do you call that? Is knowing your plants, knowing your animals, knowing your surroundings, kind of like more of an academic knowledge of the flora and fauna of an environment, which is a little bit different from survival, which is more of a practical knowledge of one's environment and being able to do things like track and whatnot. They can be interchangeably used depending on the challenge that's needed. Sleight of hand is just how nimble your hands are, like what those hands do kind of situation. So in the case of, let's say, Victor, he's gonna be a nerd, so he's gonna know his history, He's a smart boy. And his other skill is gonna be, let's give him sleight of hand. The reason I say I want to give him sleight of hand is that he is a chemist, so he has very precise movement. He knows he dabbles with dangerous chemicals all the time, so he needs to understand how exactly to keep a steady hand when he's mixing shit. Tinker tools are the basic tool for all artificers. Ah, got it. But because we can do alchemist supplies. That's more specific if we wanted. Yeah, let's go with an alchemist supplies. I think they actually do specifically mention the tools here based on your subclass. So yeah, so we'll have him have history, and he's a history buff. He knows a lot about, he's very well read, but he's also very skilled. So yeah, so that's gonna be first level. And then also, one thing important to notice is that there is this thing called hit dice. Hit dice is pretty important, and it is determined by the class that you have. And what this does is that it kind of becomes the basis for how much HP you get. Because at level 1, your maximum HP is decided by your hit dice, and then you add your constitution modifier, which we'll get to a bit later on when we get to the stats. All right, but basically it's HP plus your constitution modifier. So wait, could you do artificer plus monk? Yes, you could. I think I may have answered that a little bit, but to go into more detail, you can throw hands and make turrets. And you can also, and if it's going to be, since we're going to be more of a chemist rather than a turret guy, we can throw the potions too. So that's going to be interesting. I'd like to think that he's also going to be really good at throwing potions and making them land exactly where he wants them to. So, at level 1, there's not a lot to do. So, because we don't want, you don't exactly want to overwhelm players who are starting off by giving them too many options at level 1. You'll get more as you level up. So, but for now, that's all you really need. Next is the part where it gets a little juicy, because this now involves the background. We want Victor to be part of the, he's going to be in the colony. He knows his stuff, but we have a lot of different backgrounds that we can go into. That comes with the core books, right? So we have these, and then we also have some expanded stuff, which comes from the other books as well. So all of these are valid, and each of them will have their own specific perks that may help you with your build or help you with your specific concept. So we kind of wanted Victor to be a bit of a folk hero. So there's actually a folk hero origin here. Where is it? Huh. Here we go, folk hero. Oh wait, but this is Baldur's Gate folk hero. Where's the normal folk hero? Is there no normal folk hero? I thought that was a basic one, wasn't it? Or did they change that? What's Wayfarer? No, that's... Huh. Did they take out the folk hero from the core rules? Or did they replace it with farmer? No, they changed. Yeah, they changed a lot of it. Everything is rolling over to the 2024 edition, so some things are gone. Damn. Okay. Then what kind of background do we give him now? Let's see. What kind of... You know what? Let's go with folk hero anyway from Baldur's Gate. But let's just say that for flavor reasons, it's not going to be Baldur's Gate. But let's keep it still that he's a folk hero. He gets an artisan's tool, another one, and since we already have the alchemist supplies, we're going to give him a brewer supplies because it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me that if you're going to be an alchemist and you also know how to make good hooch, hell, I would say you make the best hooch if you're a chemist. Exactly, rule of cooling. So we'll use the template, but we'll just scrub out the Baldur's Gate flavoring out of it. So rustic hospitality. This is the feature that comes with the folk hero. And what that means is that you get some extra benefits. In this case, people tend to be a bit more at ease with you because you're a very kind of like man of the people type of character. So people generally find themselves like at peace around you. And because of that, that people will also be very nice to you. That they'll be willing to hide you if somebody is looking out, is kind of hunting you down. Typical hero stuff. So, this one is specific, social vengeance. This is specific to Baldur's Gate, so we can probably ignore this a little bit. So you can ignore this part. And then, okay, so these are things that are kind of this part I prefer to kind of have players write them down themselves. But they can use like the default ones to get ideas. Because this will help me as a DM. If I read it, it'll help me keep in mind the kind of character that you are playing as. So if we take a look at the kind of examples for personality traits, right? So we choose 2 of them. I judge people by their actions, not their words. If someone is in trouble, I'm always ready to lend help. When I set my mind to something, I follow through no matter what gets in my way. I have a strong sense of fair play and always try to find the most equitable solution to arguments. I'm confident in my own abilities and do what I can to instill confidence in others. Thinking is for other people. I prefer action. I misuse long words in an attempt to sound smarter. I misuse long words. Yeah. I get bored easily. When am I gonna get on with my destiny? Oh god. My brain just kind of switched to the young hero voice. Which is fun, honestly. That's gonna be Victor's like canon voice now, guys. He's gonna sound like a shonen protagonist. He's gonna be going with the power of friendship. The handbook you're using, do I need to buy that? If you're gonna be playing like for realsies, like for big stuff, yeah, it's advised that you do, but let it be said that there are always ways to acquire these things. I will neither, I will not, what's the word I'm looking for? I will not encourage you. I will not advise you to do such things. Or can I just use that one on the website? The one on the website here, I actually paid for it. It's a digital, it's basically a digital copy that I had to pay for. But there are ways. I'm not going to expand on that further. If you've been on the internet long enough, there are ways. But I just prefer to use this, though. The reason I'm paying for it is because it's always like, for me, it's just convenient. You know, it's a very convenient way of having it. And the builder, as I'm showing you right now, it's super convenient, right? You just go through the pages, you pick stuff out. You don't have to worry if you're picking the wrong things or not, because it's always kind of just there, right? So that, for me, that is what I feel like I'm paying for. But if you're just getting started, you're not sure yet, then, you know, there are things like free, what do you call it? There's like free sources as well. What was it called here? There are like the free rules. There's a D&D Free Rules 2024, which is kind of like a summarized version, a quick version of the things that we were just talking about. So yeah. And then, so personality traits, these are things that kind of help the DM and maybe even other players have a good gauge for your character. So for this, let's actually just pick some out. And I think for Victor, he's smart, so he's not going to misuse long words. But he is going to be very, he's very one-tracked. He's a very single-track type of character. Once he kind of gets tunnel vision, he'll set out to do it. So, when I set my mind to something, I follow through no matter what gets in my way. Okay, the delivery was a little weird on the end, but that's fine. And then the second one is, I think this one. I think Victor is going to be the type who, again, he's popular with the people for a reason. And I think it's because he believes in them. So he's always trying to inspire people to be better. I'm confident in my own abilities and do what I can to instill confidence in others. Now, ideals, this one is more, you can ignore some of the stuff here, but generally the idea for ideals is, what is it that drives your character? Like, what is the principle that keeps them waking up in the morning and staying in this adventuring gig? Because being an adventurer means being constantly in danger. And you got to be a little bit crazy, or at least devoted to something, to keep on doing that day in and day out. And ideals is supposed to be where you put in what it is that drives them. And I think in the case of Victor, I think, what should his ideal be, actually? What is it that drives him to be someone who... I think he genuinely believes that people can be better and that they are good people deep down. And I think he wants to bring that out of them. And I think he also kind of just believes in that for himself too. So I think sincerity might be our best bet here, where it's like, you know, there's no good in pretending to be something I'm not. You got to go out there, find yourself, be the person that you want to be, and believe in it. Oh God, believe it kind of situation. Bonds. Okay, this one is also important. I actually feel this is a very important thing for a lot of characters, because this is going to be determining the social network of your character, where it determines who are going to be the closest to you, and how vulnerable are they from being, like, you know, taken advantage of by a villain. You know, it doesn't even have to be like people, though. It can be like things that are just very near and dear to you. So let's see. What do you guys think? What do you think we should do for Victor? I think... Okay, what we have so far, we have a bit of a headstrong hero who believes in the good in everyone, and uses his knowledge and his gifts to better his society through potions and healing and whatnot as well, but also understands that it's a wild world out there and that he also knows how to use his gifts in order to harm, but probably avoids having to do that where possible. And I think probably his biggest bond would be his community. So I'm gonna go with, and it doesn't even have to be a positive, by the way, the bonds. This one, for example, a proud noble once gave me a horrible beating, and I will take my revenge on any bully I encounter. So it can be that, you know, you are, you know, it's more of you're driven by vengeance, and that you are particularly, you know, hateful towards those who would deliver injustice, things like that. So this one, you have a lot of it's a lot of flavor, but if your DM knows what these things, then your DM should hopefully be able to customize certain aspects of the story for you to be able to participate and be able to kind of show the kind of character you are by invoking these things from you. So let's go with protect those who cannot protect themselves, like his community. Flaws. Now, of course, this is going to be a little tricky. Because sometimes it's hard to think of flaws, especially ones that are meaningful, right? Because we have to remember that when we put things like flaws down for a character, we have to expect that these flaws have to come into play later on. That these flaws at some point will have to be exploited by the villain in order to put ourselves in a disadvantage. And sometimes we don't like the idea of, I don't like it when you're using my weaknesses against me. But it happens. It has to happen. Every hero needs to go through that part of the story where they have something that will be, you know, they have like a certain trait that will bite them in the ass. And I think in the case of Victor here, I think his flaw Oh, I have an interesting. Okay, he has a minor. Let's say that he has a bit of a self-righteous streak in him, because right, he wants to do things for the people. He wants to be able to better their lives, and he is intelligent. But let's say that intelligence can sometimes make him a bit arrogant in his own abilities, or in his capacity as an adventurer and or hero. That there is a part of him inside that makes him think, if I were in charge of everything, things would be better. That I'm smart enough that I can make things better. And that's going to be an interesting little nugget of a character flaw that can really be, a detriment to his character arc. It can make him fall, I would say. It gives him the potential to fall and be in a very shitty position where he might have to go through great lengths to redeem himself from after doing something that may have hurt someone else because of his own ego. So yeah, for me, these parts I actually quite like, even though I feel like it's not necessarily a perfect system, but it definitely helps a lot with DMs who want to have an understanding of what your character is like. And then, of course, you have things here like alignment. This has largely lost a lot of favor, in my opinion, in the overall, mind space of D&D players, generally speaking. but it is still kind of like a nice shorthand for his what do you call that? For a character's inclinations. So let's say for Victor, we're gonna make him neutral good because he's a bit of an he's an outlier. He wants to do good, but he does not always feel like he needs to conform with the societal norms. Especially since he does have he is very studied, he is very learned. He has a bit of an ego, and he'll definitely disobey if he thinks that this idea is stupid. I'm gonna do something else. Lifestyle is also an interesting thing, but we're not gonna get into that. It's mostly something that I would only consider if the game were a bit more hardcore, and that resources like money are gonna be super important. Generally speaking, you want to be able to kind of give an experience that your players will like, and I found that putting players on a budget can sometimes be a little stressful, But if that's how your table wants to roll, then by all means, use these things, use these options that are available to you. And then, of course, there's things like physical characteristics. You can do that. Organizations, if they're part of any factions or things. Now we can go to the next page. Now we choose the species, which used to be called races, but has now been changed to species, which I think makes sense. It makes sense to me. I'm not complaining, because it is more scientifically accurate, even if it doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue nearly as well. So, let's not show the legacy content. So we have the different species which can affect your character's abilities, whether it be through, special abilities like the Arakocra, who could fly, like an actual literal centaur. That's fun. Okay. I want to ask you, chat, when we've been talking about Victor, right? We've been talking about Victor for a good while. How have you all been imagining Victor so far? How have you imagined Victor, Rennie, Dimitri? How would you physically describe this character that we've been talking about and building for the last hour, I want to say? Holy shit, also, it's been 3 hours since we roughly started. I've been yapping on for 3 hours. No wonder my throat feels a little iffy. But we're gonna get through this. You derailed the stream. No, you didn't. We're going through exactly what we need to. This is all of what we're doing. How do the classes work? No, that's fine. We were gonna get around to it eventually. It's all, it's all part of the process. Tall in heart, short in stature, mayhaps a halfling or something akin to that. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, let's go through some of the races, the species real quick. Aasimar are part divine entities. So they're kind of like, they're part divine entities, which is weird. In the sense that, imagine like a half angel. Dragonborn are kind of draconic humanoids. They're not necessarily half humans. They're kind of like just a separate, they're a separate species that spawned from dragons. I don't think they're necessarily like half humans. Dwarves are dwarves. I don't think I need to explain what dwarves are. Then we have elves. It would be funny if Victor were a kobold. That'd also be funny. I kind of imagine him as a twink with glasses who knows shit. That's fair. We also have gnome. They're kind of like small, relatively slim pickin' individuals. Goliaths are basically tall part giants. They're giant kin. but they're not full giants. Then we have halflings like Frodo, Sam, Pippin, and Merry. Gnomes do have tinkering from their species stat block. Ah, yeah, that's true. And then of course we have humans, the Swiss Army knife, the vanilla ice cream of the species. We have orc. Huh, this is interesting. Is this actually full orc, not half orc? Interesting. If so, did they actually like go on full orcish with this? Huh. Figured they drop half eventually. It does simplify things, yeah. And then we also have tieflings, which are, if we have Aasimar, that are part divine creatures, tieflings are part infernal entities. So they're kind of like part devils, part demons, depending on the specific subspecies. There are no half-orcs or half-elves. Ah, yeah, these are 2024 rules. This is my first time running into them. And also, welcome Ryan, welcome. Hope you're doing good on this Friday. Then we also have the expanded rules. The Aarakocra, they're bird people. Gigantic, flying bird people. The Genassis are basically like half elemental creatures. And they come in air, earth, fire. I forgot what the last one. Water? Yeah, water. So yeah, they're elemental, like half elemental entities. Bugbears. So these are all just kind of semi-monstrous races. So we have the bugbears, the centaur. If you wanted to play, changelings are kind of shapeshifters. There's the deep gnomes, which are the cousins of the regular gnomes, except they're down in the Underdark. And then we have also the different types of Dragonborn. Because we have like the Gem Dragonborn and the Metallic Dragonborn. I'm fairly certain Kodo would pick Gem Dragonborn. We have the Duergar, the Grey Dwarves. I forgot what they're. Yeah, the Duergar. Basically, they are the Underdark dwarves. Eladrin, I think, they're like an elvish. Yeah, elves of the Feywild. So they're a subspecies of elves. Then we have fairies, we have furbolgs, and several other monstrous races. If you wanted to play a goblin, be a goblin. Dang it, be a goddamn goblin. Be a lizard folk. Be a Loxodon. Loxodons are from Magic the Gathering, specifically from the Ravnica plane. And they're elephant people. Elephant people. You can be an elephant person. Isn't that cool? Leonin, also from Magic the Gathering. They're lion folk. Honestly, some of the badass ones. If you're a Psychic Blade Rogue Goblin, you can... Damn it! No, I'm not finishing that sentence, Nito. Not finishing that. Yeah, and then they're also Tabaxi. They're basically catfolk. You can be actual catfolk. And then there's an actual turtle. There are Tritons, Vidalkins. Warforged are kind of like sentient machinery. And then there's the snake folk, the Yuan Ti. I can be a cat girl. You can! Except these are more cat than girl. Thank you, Ghost, for the follow. You better believe I have a whole encounter with those funny concepts. I see. So these are Tabaxi. They're actually much, much more cat-like. Shifter would be more in line for Catgirl. Yeah. Shifter are more of that. So if you want to play like a Puss in Boots, yeah, then Tabaxi is the way to go. Shifter, let's go. They have bestial aspects, but they can't fully change shape. So then they can temporarily enhance their animalistic features. So yeah, that would be more of like cat girl. Or any other, similar anthropomorphic anime animal hybrid characters. Or I think more accurate Thyrans, I suppose, if we're gonna look at it from a Zenless Zone Zero perspective. Okay, so I think for Victor, I think we're gonna go and make him. We'll make him a goblin. He is gonna be a goblin throwing explosive, like bombs and stuff, chemicals. Yes. I am not answering that question, Willow. I'm not falling for it. Okay, so he's gonna be a goblin. Gonna be a goblin. All right. So now that we've actually picked out these species, we now get a bunch of new characteristics as well. So we get to have origin, and the languages. So it looks like he can speak, read, write Common. So he's literate, and he can speak the Common tongue. But he does also get one extra language, and I want to say that he knows how to speak Goblin. If he were a blood hunter or blood mage, he could be a hemo goblin. Damn it! Ah, Nito. What do we do with you? So, we get assigned a humanoid creature type. This is important because there are certain classes like the hunter. Not hunter. The ranger, who can deal bonus damage to specific subspecies. Let's say he's a specialist in hunting down goblins, then yeah. I sighed very loudly. Yup. And now he's going to be small. He's actually, proper size is small, which means he can run in between the legs of large characters. Speed's 30 feet. He's got dark vision. He has a bit of Fey ancestry, so he can't be charmed. Oh no, he has an advantage. Sorry, it's not that he can't be charmed. He just has advantage on it. And Fury of the Small. When you damage a creature with an attack, and the creature size is larger than yours, you can deal extra damage. Extra damage equals your proficiency bonus. Oh, this is kind of cool. So basically, the species ability of the goblin is that they just deal damage to anyone bigger than them. So that's fun. And he also has the nimble escape ability, which means that you can hide or disengage as a bonus on each of your turns instead of it as being a normal action. So that's cool. We'll get into combat and stuff a bit later, once I explain the rest of combat. But yeah, we have these new traits, and now we can go. Now is the actual stats time. So let's go with standard array. There are three basically there are three ways of doing it. Point by, manual / rolled, and standard array. Standard array basically just gives you set numbers, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and you just assign them to the stats as you need it. That for me is the simplest when I do this. Other times you also want to do like a manual or rolled, and usually you can roll dice for that. If I recall, the formula is you roll a d6 die. That's the normal 6-sided dice. You roll 4 of them, and you drop the lowest one, and then you combine those remaining 3, and that is your stat. Gonna listen to you while I'm on my bike home from work. Thank you, Razor, and enjoy, and make sure you bike safely. Okay, so in this case, we're going to go with standard, and I will put intelligence as his highest. We're going to go then with dexterity as his second highest, because he needs to be nimble. His charisma is going to be higher. He's going to be 12, because he's charismatic, even though he's a goblin. People like him. People think he's cute. But yeah, roll 46 and drop the lowest is how I know it to be as well. Yeah. Strength, let's put it at 8. He's not super strong, but he's smart. His wisdom's going to be 10. So he's a fairly charismatic little gobby. You know, people like him. And we also have the ability to increase his stats a little bit. So you get to choose either 3 stats by 1 or 2 stats by, or 2 stats. 1 gets 2 and 1 gets 1. So I'm going to go actually with, 2 plus 1. And I'm going to increase intelligence by 2. So we're getting close to a super high, to 18, so that maybe at level 4 we'll just add 1 stat. And then for the second one, we'll raise maybe Constitution by 1, so that he has more HP. So this is going to be the computation. There's some stats here, but basically how it is computed manually is that starting from 10, at 10, right, you have 0. You have zero bonus for that stat. So, for example, wisdom here, meaning anything that involves wisdom, anything that I do that involves wisdom will get a plus 0. If you increase the wisdom by 2, let's say, for example, here, charisma, it's 12, right? My charisma, anything that I do that involves charisma will get a plus 1. Does that make sense? Basically, every even number, you get a plus 1 or a minus 1 if you're losing it. Like, for example, 8, right? So it's the minus 1. So anything that I do that involves strength will generally receive a minus 1 to its roll. Which goes back to what we did earlier when we were computing, right? Roll your d20. You add bonuses, you deduct penalties, and then you compare that. Now for the equipment, normally that's a little bit more involved, but let's we can do that here. It's generally going to be up to your DM how they want to do this part. In the case of D&D Beyond, which is this service here that we're using, they have like some automated stuff to help you out. So 2 simple weapons. Let's give him a sling, and then let's see, small studded leather armor, artisan's tools. We have we need to get the alchemist supplies since we're specialized in it. So the 2 weapons. Let's give ourselves the sling and let's say a spear. No, we need a free hand. Let's say a club. Yo, welcome, Sultan Buddha Sultan 12. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Let me know how it is. This stream was randomly recommended to me. Are you doing character sheets for one shot or a campaign or just for fun? We're going through a little bit of just fun, because we're kind of going through the basic tutorial of building a character. And we have a couple of suggestions that we put in the community page a while back, and we might be making those as well. So right now, this is more of like a basic run through of character creation. So yeah, we're kind of here now. We have all the equipment. Then we can add it all. D&D Beyond will do that automatically, but if you're doing it manually, the player's handbook should have the list of all the items and their equivalent prices. Then just talk it over with your DM over what stuff you want to get and how much your starting gold is. Because there's also, I think, there's like a formula for how to, roll for how much starting gold you get. So yeah, and that's it. Now we have a character. So we can take a look at the character sheet. Wait for it to load. And boom. We now have our Goblin Artificer, Victor Rennie Dimitri. A level 1 Goblin Artificer. Who's got good passive investigation because he's a smart, tinkering little boy. He can, sniff things out if he's if he's getting his schnoz right in there. He has his history, he has his sleight of hand, he has good survival skills, and also some animal handling. Remember, he's part of a colony. Our story for him is that he's in a colony, and he's a bit of an outdoors person. Well, frontiers person, I think, is the word generally. And he has a whole bunch of stuff. So he does magical things. He tries to do good things for his community. And at the end of the day, he is going to be an interesting character to play. Especially if he winds up, if there ends up, let's say they go into, they meet some of the natives of this brand new world. And let's say their society doesn't really look too kindly towards goblins, and that's going to be an interesting story to explore. How does he then, kind of convince these people that, hey, I don't mean you harm, I'm just trying to do right by you, even though some people might look upon him with suspicion because he's a goblin. Look at him. And he's like, no, good sir, I am a goblin, but I mean you no harm. Oh, no, we didn't go with that voice. He was having more of a shonen protagonist voice. I don't mean you any harm. I'm just trying to do the right thing. Me and my friends, we're gonna save the day. It's a bit fascinating to me how many character sheet designs there are in D&D. It is funny. This is D&D Beyond, so this is kind of like as close to official as you can get it. But I have seen some very creative versions of the character sheet that's just super fun. So those are pretty interesting as well. I like the ones that are, I've seen some that are like physical character sheets that aren't really sheets of paper. They're more of they have magnets and they have like little dots and stuff. I forget, there was some craft, they crafted it out of wood, I think, is what I'm trying to remember. I've seen a bunch of them on TikTok and YouTube Shorts. I haven't seen them. Maybe I should search them up so that they can enter my algorithm again. I missed looking those up. And also looking at D&D tables. Oh, guys, it is my dream one day to own one of those tables that folds out, that has it has a false top. Then you take it out, and there's a thing inside there where you can put board games, D&D dioramas, full on, everything. I want one of those tables with those with the cup holders and everything. I want one of those, guys. Was it Wormwood? Was it Wormwood that makes those? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Wormwood. These guys. Oh. Oh. Look, where is it? Where are their freaking tables? Look at these guys. Look at that. I want one. You have no idea how much I want one of these. Another thing I see is people use spell using physical cards and sleeves. Oh yeah, I actually have some of those. I bought I bought some of the spell cards, and they usually sell them by class. So there's like an entire deck of like paladin spells. Then there's like a I think it's more sorted by yeah, it's by class. Like there's paladins, then there's like clerics, and then there's like the arcane spells. Also, I feel like RPG and D&D in general can be all DIY. Yeah, generally speaking, you can DIY almost anything. You know, a lot of these things, a lot of the things that you just buy are there mostly for convenience. You know, animated cards as well. That'd be cool. Like, because at the end of the day, right, you want to be able to make the game fun, right? You focus on what makes the game fun for the entire table. And that can come in a lot of different forms. You know? It can sometimes come in the form of players not having to think about writing things down when they have like a tablet, right? All of their stats just easy to use right there. Some people like the experience of being able to write notes down on a piece of paper, erasing, uh, you know, with an erasing with using your pencil, and then like over time, over the course of months, your character sheet becomes more and more worn down. I think I still have somewhere, probably in one of my drawers, I have a folder with some of my players' old character sheets. And I remember when I found it, because I thought I'd lost them. It actually gave me a lot of really like good nostalgia, remembering that campaign and how buck wild moments got. You know? When you see an old character sheet, and you're like, ah, yeah, I remember this guy. It was such a fun time. Because like a couple of years ago, when I wasn't, when me and my friends were very much not earning a lot of money, we were doing a lot of DIY, like D&D stuff. What we would do is that we would like pitch in. We would all save up money, and then we'd pitch in and book a hotel room that, like a big enough hotel room, where we'd be able to stay there like overnight, like all day, overnight, and then stay in until like checkout. And we would be playing like D&D the entire time. I think this was probably like, I want to say just out of college, I want to say. Because we weren't earning that much yet at the time. But we had a little bit of money, and we figured we'd spend it, staying at a nice, at a decent hotel, get some food, and then just, go ham and play and not have to worry about, oh, I gotta go home, oh, I gotta drive home, etc., etc. It's always good. D&D in general, RPGs making up kid stuff, but for adult versions, yeah, generally speaking, it is a game that is very focused on imagination, and the rules are there to just kind of help guide everyone and stay on the same page for a bunch of stuff. But yeah, and there we go. We have Victor, Rennie, Dimitri, our goblin artificer. That took quite a while. Probably because we also went through a lot of the descriptions for the classes, the rules, and things like that. But yeah, so that is at least the character creation process. And now we can do something when we'll make it quick. We'll have a much quicker version now of making the character class. So let's take a look. We have Oathbreaker Paladin that does emotional damage. So that was our first one from earlier. Let's make a new one. Emotional damage. That, I imagine, it's like Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Or it can be... It's either Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Or what was that? What's that Bard spell? I forget. Yeah, let's go for standard again. Let's focus on that. Since we didn't mention anything about like the species, we can go ahead and just pick out any species that we see, right? So let's call this one we need a name. Let's go for a random name. Donkey Call. What kind of name is Donkey Call? Whatever. Let's go. Let's call him Donkey Call. Out of curiosity, but are you a DM or a player type? I am a de facto DM type, but I also, enjoy playing. So I can do either. I have like lots of world building notes. So, what was it again? Paladin. Oathbreaker. Alright, let's go with Oathbreaker, Paladin. Okay, well we need to be... Yeah, we'll add Paladin first. So Paladin traits, he's going to be proficient with Intimidation, because he's going to deal emotional damage, right? And let's say Insight. Because the reason I want to pick Insight is because he needs to be able to know his opponent, get into their heads. And the only way you're going to do that is through Insight, right? Trying to get a feel for who you're talking to so you can know how to hit them hardest. Weapon Mastery. I want to say Emotion, but we can't have that in here, can we? So let's say... Let's give him a whip, first and foremost. He's going to be a whip mastery paladin. That's going to be weird, but that's going to be fun too. And then let's go for a mace. Mace or maul? Also, what's with all these new like damage types? Graze, push, cleave? What? I don't understand what these are. I have to check what the 2024 rules say. Nick. I guess it is like the new damage types. Short. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. So whip, and let's say I want to go for a pallet. Longsword? Longsword should be fine. Alright, I'll probably get an alert. Alright, no problem, Willow. Thanks for dropping by. And I hope you found it entertaining for the the entire character creation we went through. And now we're gonna do things on fast mode. So Donkey Call is gonna be, let's make him an entertainer. Because he needs to be very savvy with his words. Of course, I'll try to put this to use sometime. No problem, no problem. You let me know how it goes. It's something you can do with your weapon now, not new types of damage. Oh, got it, got it. Paladin class is interesting because with ideals or the type of person you are, makes you question how or why gods chooses him or her. That's why I like the fact that paladins no longer are actually tied to gods. You know, paladins in 5th edition are mainly tied to their oath now, rather than like specific gods. So that's interesting, at least. And I kind of like that direction that they went. And how much more emotional damage can you deal than playing freaking bagpipes? A paladin with a set of bagpipes, my dude. And he's gonna be, he knows how to do. Okay. Yeah. Musical instruments training. So let's go with, he also knows how to play with a lyre, with a flute, and a drum. So he's got his bases covered, you know? He's got a bagpipe, he's got a lyre, which is going to be his string. He's going to have a flute for his wind instrument. Spoiler for High Fantasy, on Dimension 20, the DM allowed player to be Corn God. Oh, that's kind of fun. That's fun. Nick, for example, is from the wording, your dual wield attack main action, not the bonus action anymore. Therefore, you can't do the bonus action attack anymore with Nick. Oh! Interesting, interesting. I'll have to look into how that works now, though. Weapon Mastery is the way that a 2024 Martial keeps up with Spellcaster cantrip. I see. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, because it is that cantrips are like they're super flexible, very versatile. You know, so it is nice to see that at least the martials now have like their own little thing on top of just having the weapons. Okay, ability scores. Let's go with. Wait, what? Why is there ability scores? Okay, let's just go with 2 + 1. Let's go with 2 + 1. Then we're gonna add to charisma. Then we're gonna add to. So you do the offhand second attack with Nick as the main attack now. Ah. I see. Okay. Okay. Dexterity is going to be our second stat. Now, we move next. Right, we don't have a class yet. Oh, sorry, we don't have a species yet. Okay, for this, I'm going to go with a fairy. I feel like a fairy would be the perfect, just like, you know, species to be an emotional damage dealing paladin. What do you guys think? Or should we... What do you guys think? What do we do? Satyr is also an option, I suppose. Hobgoblin is also tempting. Vex is fun for rogue. When you hit and damage an enemy, you get advantage on your next attack against them. Oh, that's interesting. That's fun. That's fun. Let's make this yeah, an emotional damage dealing paladin. Do we perhaps go with Turtle? I wanna say Turtle. Yeah. We're gonna go with Turtle. Let's go. Let's go. Just imagine like an old ass like that one what's his name? The old master from Kung Fu Panda? Forgot his name. Master something. Let's say he knows I don't know, what's fish talk or something? Oogway, Master Oogway, there we go. Let's say he knows common sign language. So that imagine he's insulting you in sign language too. Like even being deaf does not spare you from this turtle's insults. He'll literally sign to you. And we're gonna make him a medium, just because. And then nature's intuition. Let's make it Get wrecked. Ninjutsu. He's doing ninjutsu. Nah, he's just flaming you in sign. Let's see. What do we give him? Perception? Yeah, we'll give him perception so he can see things. And then, yeah, let's go for standard array. Then he's a paladin, so charisma is going to be important. But let's go with charisma first. Strength. Dexterity. Wisdom. Constitution. You're going to go to the cafe now? Definitely come back later. No problem. Yeah, you know, I want to do more RPG stuff over the course of, you know, my streams. Yeah, Uwe. I think you're a bit delayed, Ryan. I think that's like a mega big delay between YouTube and Twitch now. Intelligence is going to be his lowest. He's a dumbass, but boy does he know how to come up with words. All right, I think these are going to be his stats. Starting equipment, we'll give him... No, he's not going to be able to equip most of the armor anyway. Give him 150 GP. And then all of this equipment. Going to have his bagpipes. But yeah, and there we are. Donkey Call, our emotional damage dealing paladin. Oathbreaker paladin. That's what we have now. My god. This is going to be a fun character, though. Pretty fun. And then he'll have to multi-class into Bard, though. We need to make sure that he multi-classes into Bard. You know what? What if we do that now, actually? Let's edit him. We'll give him like a couple levels. So let's say make him level 3 Paladin. And then we'll give him a fighting style. It's going to be Blessed Warrior. Oh, Cleric cantrips. That's going to be fun. Let's go with Toll the Dead and Guidance. And then for Paladin subclass, it's gonna be which Oath of Glory. Let's go with Oath of Glory. That sounds fun. Inspiring Smite. And Peerless Athlete. For 1 hour, you have advantage on strength, dex, and you also have extra long and high jumps. Imagine this turtle just fucking insults you, then fucking somersaults away. He's a ninja. He's like a ninja turtle. All right, then let's add Bard. So let's go. Class features, Bard trait, musical instrument. He already has like a bunch of instruments that he knows how to play. Let's give him a horn. And let's also give him extra persuasion, I want to say. Bardic inspiration and then spellcasting. Let's go do that now into the spellcasting page. So he has 2 cantrips and 4 spells. Let's look at the cantrips first. Let's give him Vicious Mockery. There we go. Now he can deal emotional damage properly. Now he can deal proper emotional damage with Vicious Mockery. And what do else? Let's start Wisp. We're not familiar with that one. What is this? Radiant damage. Okay. Whisper. We gotta give him Whisper. Sorry, yeah, Message. Alright, and then let's get the level 1 spells, 4 of them. Let's go with Comprehend Languages, so that he can know all the languages to insult you in. Go with Silvery Barbs, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, and Illusory Script. I think that's going to be our spell list. Emotional damage is the change to the Paladin's Divine Smite, Ryan. Ah! I see. That's going to be interesting, though. Like, imagine if instead of, like, if you want to flavor it, that'll have some, like, actual effects as well. Imagine if his smite ability was then instead like psychic damage. Like, what is his actual smite right now? Paladin subclass, Channel Divinity. Spells, Inspiring Smite. Oh, it's in the spell list. What? Oh. What? Oh, yeah, there we go. Known spells for... the class thingy only says something about it now being a spell for the sake of not stacking it anymore. I see. There we go. I was too impatient. Wrathful Smite, Thunderous Smite, Divine Smite. Yeah, I would ask if I can flavor Divine Smite to be... what do you call that? Instead of radiant damage, psychic damage. For flavor's sake. You know, just because you can still stack your Paladin Smite with a Concentration Smite. It just takes 2 turns now. Oh. Okay. Searing Smite. Let's just go for all the smites. Because that's all we need. Or, wait, no, let's remove Searing. Compelled Duel. Because we're going to go all in on the emotional damage and just, like, kind of mocking, you know, every single opponent. Yeah, let's go all in on that concept. All right. So now we actually have a proper emotional damage Oathbreaker Paladin. Or at least a Paladin. It doesn't have to be Oathbreaker, but Paladin. They got the Thunderfolk game trailer. Huh, why does that sound familiar? Thunderfolk. I'll go check it out. I'll remember it. I will take note. Okay. So that's one. What is our next from the post? A thief that is the designated healer and can't deal damage. How the... Okay. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Also, I love that his name is Donkey Call. At this point, we ought to make him a pirate to fight another pirate. And who happens to be black-bearded and his name is LeChuck. Just via insults and psychic damage. I'm not sure I actually get that reference, Nito. But let's make another character. It's Monkey Island. Oh, that's actually one of the games that I have heard of, but never actually gotten around to playing. Like I've seen it through pop, just like pop culture assimilation and stuff. Let's call this guy Healing Hands. Let's do the usual. We'll remove all of it. Rogue could be a mastermind with a healer, feat, and cleric multi-class. Perhaps, or monk. Let's see what we can do. But for sure, he's going to be a rogue first. Rogue trait, since he's not going to be dealing damage. Thief with fast hands, healer, feat, and magic initiates cleric. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. Welcome, Emmy, to the channel. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your day and hope you enjoy your stay. We're currently working on some D&D character builds that were suggested on the YouTube community post. Okay, so let's see. Let's use sleight of hand as well for some of the proficiencies that we can only get from the rogue class. Let's go with persuasion. The reason I want to say persuasion is because some people don't want to be healed, but he's got to make sure that they heal them anyway. Deception, because he's going to be like, this is just going to hurt. It's just going to be a little prick. And then it hurts like hell. So, deception. Stitch. Ah, that's a fun name. I like that. I like that name better. Stitch. Then, let's go for the final skill. Intimidation? Let's go with Intimidation. Warforged Rogue Healer just makes him sound like a non-huggable Baymax. It's basically, if we make him Warforged, he's basically Baymax. Oh man, who would have? I would not have thought about Big Hero 6 at a time like this. Let's save the expertise a little bit later. Some padded leather armor. Thieves can't. Let's go with common sign language. Weapon mastery. Even though these are going to be very useless. But let's go with blowgun. And I want to say dagger. Just because it's like, kind of like a knife. So if he needs to operate on someone, he knows. Alright, background is gonna have to be... where is that? What was that background that you guys mentioned earlier? Oh, it's a healer feat. Oh. Wait, we could go with... There should be some kind of healer or something in the backgrounds. There must be. Oh, the legacy ones are actually down here. Interesting. Is there like medic? Oh man, my eyes. Marine. Faceless, no. Scribe, soldier, sage. Huh. Acolyte, perhaps? An acolyte? Would that have some healing? I think we're gonna have to. Lathander. Ah. Or Seluna. Might very well be. Okay, language. Let's have him speak Goblin and Dwarvish, just to randomly pick some. And then for species, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Let's make him a Warforged. I like that idea. We basically made Baymax. Ability score increase is gonna be Wisdom. Specialized design. Medicine. And then where's the medic? Or Vidalkin? Nah. We'll make him a prop. He's a dedicated healer, so we have to make sure that he's like an actual proper healer at least. Not just a crazy dude who put pieces of who's making himself into the ultimate entity. Herbalism kit, perhaps? Languages, another language. Let's just say he speaks Draconic as well. Okay, expertise. It's gonna be sleight of hand. And let's say medicine. Yeah, medicine. Hermit, the healer has the healer feat baked in. Oh, okay. Let's go make that hermit then. Hermit. Let's see. The feet. Yeah, okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Teal Deer Hunter. Much appreciated. Let's say I'm almost tempted to go with performance. But let's go with performance. Where is that? What is this? Tool proficiencies. Cobblers, utensils, glass blowers, masons, tinker's tools. Where is it? Where's the herbalist kit? Okay, let's go with the poisoner's kit then. Unless I missed it. Alchemist supplies, bagpipes, cook's utensils, forgery kit, loot lyre, painters, poisoners. Yeah, we're gonna have to go with poisoners. Then ability score 2-1, gonna be wisdom, and then constitution, make him a little tanky. Then we got the species, abilities. Let's go for standard array. We're gonna make wisdom his actual main stat, even though it's kind of pointless. Constitution is gonna be this. Then we go dexterity. Intelligence should be fairly. Charisma is gonna be his dump stat, I think. Oh no, unless we. No, we're not gonna multi-class. We're gonna actually just try to keep him as rogue. Just because it'll be funny that way. Intelligent, and then strength is just fine. I want to avoid, going down the easy path of just making him a cleric. Okay, leather armor, and then the herbalism kit. Yeah, get him the works. And there we go. Our dedicated rogue. Our rogue that is a dedicated healer. and can't deal damage. This is one of the worst sheets I think I've ever made. He has surprisingly 13 passive perception, 13 passive insight. Passive investigation is 11. His stats aren't bad. It's just, you know, very weird. He has deception, intimidation, medicine. Pretty average, yeah. Performance, persuasion, religion, sleight of hand. So he's a good healer, and he's also an excellent surgeon. He is also resistant to poison and is immune to disease and magical sleep. So nothing is stopping this operation from happening. So yeah, that's fun. That's fun. Next, a fairy cleric, order domain that has severe Napoleon complex. That is a very specific build. A wisdom rogue, yeah, cause it's fucking rogue that doesn't deal damage, and that's the dedicated and is the designated healer. So instead, he has fucking, what is this? He has the healer, what do you call that? The healer feat. So he's a battle medic. He has heal rerolls. His medicine is a +7. His sleight of hand is a +5 if he ever needs to do surgery. But yeah, we're gonna get around to the fairy now. Wait, but before that, I actually need to go use the bathroom. It's been a while. And we'll take a nice short, like maybe 2 minutes while I go pee. Also recommend for the people who have been around for a bit to also maybe stand up, walk around, let your legs move. All right, I'll be back in a jiff. Okay, and we're back. Get the mic back in position, and it's time for the next character that we're building. This is a very specific build, so I don't think there's too many things that we need to kind of, you know, take into consideration. So let's call... Okay, there's going to be a name. Ah, yes. Fairy cleric. Let's call them... Ah, yes. They go by a title. They're known as the Big Shot. Or just Big Shot for short. Big Shot. I almost typed in Big Short. That would have done very, very badly for their Napoleon complex. I'm feeling the subconscious already. Big shot, yes. So let's go. They're gonna be a cleric. Let's see. Proficiency is gonna be... Big Short is a nickname I need to keep in mind for the future. Yeah. Let's see. Let's give them... They're an order domain. So for sure, I would say... Oh, they're gonna be persuasive. Oh, no. No, they should not be persuasive. They are gonna be insightful. They're gonna be very sensitive to people. If they think, are you looking down on me? Are you thinking that I'm just because I'm small that you can't respect me? Huh? So insight it is. Next is gonna be, let's go with history. Just because I want them to be like aware of a lot of things going on in like the society at large, and they can actually go on a soapbox, not because they're small, but because they have a lot of things to say. Divine Order, it's gonna be Sacred Rolls. Oh, this is new. Time for a ton of splendor and fanciness. Perhaps. What is this? What is this new thing? What's Divine Order? Protector. What does this say? Train for battle. You gain proficiency with martial weapons and training with heavy armor. Thaumaturge. Oh, I see. So so basically it's whether you're more a spellcasty cleric or if you're more of a battle cleric. Got it. Then the easy answer is Protector. Every subclass is level 3 now. I see. So we're going to have Protector. You know, a tiny level 1 gets different stuff. Got it. So we're going to have order domain. So let's bring that up to level 3 then. So we can have order. Bonus proficiencies is going to be Intimidation. Not Persuasion, Intimidation. They have Voice of Authority. They invoke the power of law to embolden an ally to attack. That's going to be fun. Orders Demand. Oh, this is going to be so great. Such a tiny little fairy that's like, you! This way. I am the fairy paladin of the highest order. It is my birthright to serve the people, and none shall disobey my command. Okay, before we continue, spells! Tiny, you dare call Big Shot tiny? I will smite you where you stand. That's gonna be Big Shot's canonical voice now. Just so you guys know, that will be Big Shot's canonical voice. I hail from the Fey Kingdom of Cyrindil. My name is Big Shot, and I am a fairy cleric. How might I serve your people? Let's see. Let's go with Word of Radiance. Yeah, Word of Radiance sounds good. Word of Radiance. Let's go with Light. Big Shot got a surprisingly deep voice for such a body that could be Buried within a bread loaf. Yes, that's exactly why. Exactly why. And then I think our last cantrip will be Spare the Dying. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll use Spare the Dying, Word of Radiance, and Light. The reason, my thought process for these spells, he's got big cojones. Yeah. Thaumaturgy? You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. You know what? Let's ditch Light since we already have Word of Radiance. Then let's get Thaumaturgy. I love that thundering sound. He has the built-in reverb. Word of Radiance is for the extra effect. Also, welcome back, Sua. This one, like the Burning Radiance, I want him to like speak it like in a booming voice along with Word of Radiance so that he has like that glow. Halt, citizen! I will smite thee, evildoer. We're building characters. We're building D&D characters. And our current prompt for the moment is a fairy cleric of the order domain with the biggest Napoleon complex. So we're now our cantrips are gonna be Word of Radiance, Thaumaturgy, and Spare the Dying. People hear it and people are like, where'd that come from? I'm here. I am right here before you. Look down. Look down, citizen. Behold your savior. And then for prepared spells, we have... Actually, what are the levels of spells that we have? Snap. I need to look at the table real quick. What are the spell... Where's the spell tables? Let's look at Cleric. I see. You looking down on me, citizen? You dare? Okay, should be here with the spell list. No, where's the table? Oh, here we go. So at level 3, we have 4 and 2. Okay. So 4 and 2. Cancel class add. Here we go. Spells. So 4 level 1s. Let's go for her. Not a lot we can make use of here. Baner. Healing word, I suppose. Just so, just because. Heal. Stay with me, citizen. Friend, you will not die. And then, the command is already always prepared. What's the general age limit here? We just try to be very, I don't know, safe around here for the most part. Let's see. Shield of Faith. Yeah, let's actually make him like a proper, cleric. Let's give him Cure Wounds. And then Detect Magic. That's going to be a fun little set right there. A bit of... Now for the level 2. I need 2 of these. What does Augury do again? Oh, okay. It's the Omens. Right. Zone of Truth is always prepared. That's going to be fun. Do you or do you not think that I am small? You are in the zone of truth. Detect magic equals detect imagined insults about his stature. Exactly. Also, silence, for sure. Silence is going to be in there. Let's borrowed knowledge. Ah, okay, no, just extra. Spiritual weapon, since he can have it any form he wants. Maybe. Let's see if there's something else, though. We have one more level 2 spell. That would be fun. Overcompensating with a giant weapon. Warding bond. I'm picking silence right away because I'm pretty sure if anybody starts saying things he doesn't like, he's like, calm emotions, but he never uses that on himself. Why would he? Why would he? I want to say blindness and deafness, and he uses it on himself when somebody starts calling out his stature. Can you imagine blowing a second level spell because you don't want to hear someone about to call you small? That's the same reason why he also has silence. Is that Big Shot? Isn't he a little bit silence? Or like somebody's about to go, yeah, he is. That is Big Shot. And he is a little bit, I'm not hearing you. La 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 la. Sorry, deafness. There, that's gonna be fun. There we go. Those are the spells. Background. Now this one's gonna be a little bit interesting. What would the background of Big Shot be? What backstory do we give Big Shot? Could be anything, really, at this point. Soldier or something along the lines of noble. Perhaps. Perhaps. Where, in what environment would this fairy be subject to so much size humiliation that they develop this complex? I know. Azorius functionary. The Azorius Senate, for those of you not familiar, this is from Magic the Gathering, specifically from Ravnica. They are the Guild of Law and Order. And of course, it makes sense that a cleric of order would come from such an esteemed establishment. But you can imagine that in that kind of institute, people do have a certain penchant for, taking note of appearances. So I can imagine a very young Big Shot joining the Senate for the first time, and then a lot of these like high and mighty people being like, oh, look at that. Who is this? Who brought the child? Who brought the fairy? So small, you'll never amount to anything. And so, the complex begins. That's the origin story. I feel like Big Shot is like just one insult away from a villain origin story. Okay, religion, because the order probably would have instilled that. And also medicine. No, I'm going to change religion. I'm going to make it performance. Because Big Shot uses performance to puff up and make himself seem bigger, you know, acting bigger than he is. So it's a constant, like, kind of puffing up performance. Just to kind of, you know, be bigger than you are. It's kind of like when they say that when you see a bear, make yourself seem bigger. That's all this is. So that's the reason for performance. Medicine, my thought process for medicine is that Big Shot at some point of being in the Azorius Senate was doing research on medicine to make himself bigger. And that's why he studied like all these medical documents, these potions, these phylacteries or anything or whatever, you know, at the apothecary. So he's studying, you know, like he needs like his like growy or something, you know. He needs his like growth formulas or something. That's what he's been researching. Okay, so he knows common and knows probably, I want to say Sylvan. Couldn't hear anything for 700 minutes. Oh no. Sheriff or potion. Exactly. Legal authority. Yes, okay. So that's just the background for the Azorius, is that like they're a figure. Species. So let's go. Where's fairy? Let's go with fairy. Confirm. Languages. We already have. Oh, we can undo common actually. Then one step back. We can probably get. What's the celestial? There we go. I feel like being a serious Sua today. Well, we're kind of having fun right now, so if you're gonna be serious, and then that's perfectly fine too. So let's go with common sign language, just so he can, you know, be pompous and stuff in sign language too. Fairy magic, you know, the druid craft cantrip, and let's go with wisdom to back up the stats, and flight. Okay, so let's go with the standard array as usual. We'll have wisdom as our highest, followed by, I want to say, strength, then constitution, dexterity, intelligence, and then unfortunately our fairy will be not very charismatic at all. Feet attack! Okay, so we're gonna go with wisdom as our highest, and then our secondary will be constitution. Tanky. Yeah, there we go. Big Shot the Fairy. Big Shot the Fairy. Yeah, there's not a lot to choose from here. And there we go. Oh, chotto, manage character and levels. We need to pick a photo. Let's go. Big Shot the Fairy. This honestly isn't a bad build, by the way. This honestly isn't a bad build. Big Shot the Fairy actually never shoots anything, except deathly glances, glares, and side eyes. It's not a terrible character to play. 15 passive insight, that's pretty big. For passive insight, like he can tell people like if they're looking down, if they're actually like, oh, look at this fairy. He'll know if you're thinking those thoughts. He'll sense those. It's more than just perceived slights against his stature. He actually knows. But he will be extra vigilant regardless. His wisdom saving throw is a +5 at level 3. That's not too shabby. That's not too shabby at all. What combo of emotes do you have in mind, Sua? The armor class needs to be changed, though. It's the vibes that he'll smite away. Yeah. If he walks into the room, everybody's just quiet. And he makes things super awkward. And he just means well, you know? Like, he's just very, very conscious about his stance. He'll silence you before the word gets out of your mouth. Exactly. He has silence. He has deafness. So he has, like, everything to kind of just live in his own little bubble that I am big and mighty and none shall say otherwise. I am the biggest man in the room and none shall ask me why. Big Shot, super fun. This is a fun character. Does Big Shot hand out and command our heal bot just to overcompensate? Perhaps. Perhaps. It's all well and good though, Veronica, don't you worry. We'll refresh. So let's see. Now we have a barbarian with higher int than strength. Oh, this is... Okay. This, I think, might be even harder than the healer rogue. This might be harder than the healer rogue. Because how do you do an int barbarian? Artificer barbarian? Maybe? Maybe? We'll see. Let's figure something. What are the feats that we might be able to use? First of all, we'll pick a name. We'll have a temporary name. Risk sounds like an interesting name. Let's go with that. Let's try to throw in some critical role content just to see. Maybe there's something we can use from there too. And let's go with optional class features. And maybe customize the origin. Because we're going to need every advantage we can to make this build possible. So let's start with Barbarian. At least level 1. Risk is just the placeholder name. We'll figure it out. Core Barbarian trait. So level 1 proficiencies. I still don't know how we're going to handle like int versus strength. So we definitely can't focus on his strength-based skills. So we're gonna need to make... Oh, I have an idea. Okay, wait. A tiefling whose virtue name is reward. That's a fun combo. Okay, perception is gonna be one of the traits, one of the skills, and the other is gonna be, I wanna say, survival. Yeah, let's do that. Weapon mastery. Ooh, it's not gonna be strength based, so the least maybe we can do is give him like a dex type weapon, a versatile weapon. Let's go with a scimitar and perhaps a blowgun. That might be fun. Okay. And in order to maintain, the villagers gave him the name Risk. That's fun. That's fun. How do we... Right. Okay. I remember now the idea. Okay. So how about this? I'm thinking Risk he's a barbarian. and he's angry, but he is also a scholar. He is a very he's a very learned man. He has studied many things. Lorehold student seemed like an interesting one. Yes, and the Lorehold College. This is another, if I recall, Magic the Gathering. Strixhaven, I think? If I'm remembering right. Yeah, Strixhaven Initiate. Okay, so we have to make sure the challenge wouldn't mean much if we only like dipped into Barbarian. So Barbarian has to be his primary class, right? So let's make him what do you call that? He's a learned man who's just very, very angry. He's a very angry nerd. So let's say he knows Dwarvish. For some reason, I imagine he would know Dwarvish. Is he a sorcerer or wizard? No, he's a barbarian. Our prompt is a barbarian with higher int than strength. And I'm gonna try to go with that build as closely as I can. So let's go with Goblin. Nerd Rage is so funny. We're gonna go with that. Let's see. So Lorehold, 2 from Light. Choose 2 from Light, Sacred Flame, and Thaumaturgy. The cantrips. Oh, okay. And then level 1 spell is gonna be a Cleric or Wizard spell. Alright, we'll have to do that. The stat, Intelligence. So let's go. So his spells are gonna be... Oh, this is a lot. Okay. Okay, let's go for these first. The 2... Thaumaturgy? Yeah, that seems fair. And then we'll go with Sacred Flame. Or maybe, no, Light. I want to be creative. I'm going to use Light. Because that can be actually pretty interesting. Because you can blind people with it. Yeah. And then Thaumaturgy, again, like other just little effects. And then his main spell, I want... Okay, we have a bunch of spells. Cleric or Wizard. So it's a pretty wide... range of spells. I want something that would be handy to a Barbarian. What would be handy for a Barbarian? No. That's just loading disk. Absorb elements. Silvery barbs. Burning hands. I think Expeditious Retreat. What does that do again? What exactly is that description? Oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. Expeditious Retreat. Imagine casting the spell, then bonus action until the spell ends. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. What that means is that you can now go you can go really far on the map. Imagine a barbarian with a good amount of range. The mobile rage machine. That's gonna be fun. If we go with Expeditious Retreat. I wonder if there's another... If we can go for something better than that, though. Because that's what I'm thinking. Or maybe Longstrider? No, it's only by... Longstrider only does by 10 feet. And it, although technically you can also go for someone else. It's either that or we can do mage armor. Because that's also going to be interesting. You get... no, but that's not going to stack with Barbarian's AC. So let's not do that. Catapult. Where's Catapult? Is that available here in this list? It's a level 1 cleric or wizard spell. Oh, here we go. Catapult. He's smart about his rage. Object weighing 1 to 5 pounds within range that isn't being worn or carried. It can fly up to a 90 feet direction before falling to the ground. Oh, so you can snipe things. That's fun. By the way, Battlesmith lets you add you into your attack rolls with magical weapons. Oh, Artificer! That might be a good... That actually might be a good choice. That can be fun. What's Earth Tremor do? Oh. Earth Tremor sounds like it could be like a fucking like a Hulk move. Tremor on the ground within range, and if they end up getting knocked prone, you can come over and just smack them to death. That's a little scary. A barbarian setting you up for a fucking combo where you not get knocked prone. Thunder Wave. No, you know what? I think I will do that. What's this? What was it again? Expeditious? Blade Singer, since it adds into your AC, could very well be. How long does Expeditious Retreat last? Because that would be an interesting... Okay, Expeditious Retreat. Let's see what the rules say about it. How long does it last for? 10 minutes. That is a while. If it's 6 seconds per round... Is it still 6 seconds per round? Or per turn, I think, was it? It's still 6 seconds per round. Okay. So 6 seconds per round. That is quite a number of turns. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Mobility. Expeditious Retreat. Basically, he casts it on himself, right? At the start. Now, for the next 10 plus turns, right? Maybe 15 or something, but it's concentration. Oh, that is... is it? Wait, where does it say it's concentration? Oh, here we go, yeah. I see. He has to hold it. What's the ruling on concentration? Yeah. Okay. So concentration is... Okay, so taking damage. Constitution saving throw. DC is 10 and half damage rounded down. But... We're a barbarian. Constitution is gonna be one of the main stats. Not to mention that depending on the type of damage, if you are raged, that'll be reduced. Meaning it should theoretically be a little easier to maintain concentration as a barbarian. Think about it. If you're in the middle of a rage, right? Damage is reduced by what, half? You have resistance to all the major damage types. So unless something hits really, really, really hard, most of it should be pretty easy to pass concentration. Non-magical damage is halved. Yeah. Unless Bear Totem Barbarian. Oh yeah, we haven't actually picked out our Barbarian subclass either. Interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna ask a question. Does rage cancel concentration? You can concentrate on spells while raging, kind of. So I was reading through the rage text, and there's a weird, unnecessary, but existent prerequisite for the specific line of text that makes it where you can't cast or concentrate on spells. Like, if you can cast spells, which isn't including concentration. Let's actually look at rage. Maybe it's probably in there. Let's look at rage. It doesn't. Let's look at what it says on the rage. I would like to rage. Oh wait, this is 2014. Where is rage? 2024. Okay, handbook. New rage is no concentration. Oh, really? Specifically spelled out. Ah, that sucks. No concentration or spells. You can't maintain concentration and you can't cast spells. Okay, this suddenly got a lot harder. Oh my lord. I suppose it makes sense. So we need to find something that isn't concentration then. I mean, Bladesinger and Artifice are still viable since you don't have to rage as often. Yeah. let's go then with... And Bladesinger is the equivalent to Rage. I see. What about Long Strider? Long Strider. Okay, Long Strider is not concentration, but it only adds 10 feet. Hexblade Int instead of Charisma. I feel like that's a very big change to the overall attempt. I think we're gonna go with Long Strider. Maybe. Maybe for now. That's why it's homebrew. Yeah. Catapult is also fun. Let's go with Catapult, perhaps. Basically, it's how he tags his next target. He throws an item, deals damage, makes them stop moving, and then he runs, and then he destroys. Okay, let's go then with this. This is difficult. Now is where we have a bit of a challenge, because what would make for a good smart barbarian? I'm almost tempted to make him human, make him like an ordinary dude, just like a normal dude who's just really angry, you know, but he's smart. And not to mention, he also has a lot of options that we can do. All right, enjoy your girls' weekend. Have a good time, Pixel. Take care of yourself. Good luck, good luck. Hope you have a good time. So, skillful. Let's see. What do we need? I think we want to have... I want to actually make some of his stats. Like, I want to have him like athletics, because we need the skills to compensate for the lack of the strength. Or at least because we're not going to have as much strength as we do intelligence. Now we get to have a feat. And this is going to be interesting. Tavern Brawler? No, Tavern Brawler is not going to be... Lucky? Skilled. Let's have skills, more skills to compensate. Fate Touched or Misty Step. Oh, wait. Fate. Oh, I don't have access to it. It's an origin feat. We can only select from the very, very few here. Yeah, we can't get Fate Touched. Lucky is good for dice rolling. But I also... No, I think I'm going to go with Skilled. Ah, okay. That's fine. Let's give him... Hey.
Initiate sleep protocol in 1 hour.
Thank you. Okay, acrobatics. We gotta give him the skills to compensate for his lack of stats. That's my kind of thought process, to kind of help it from being too bad. He is intelligent. Maybe a bit of insight. And then I want to give him stealth. And then languages, let's just go with he's gonna know common. So let's give him Elvish and no, we already have Dwarvish. Halfling. Maybe Halfling. Ooh, Origin Manager. Oh, okay, we don't have any custom origin. That's fine. Abilities now. Let's actually go for standard array. Let's see what we can do. We'll need to increase his levels after this. So, let's go with... Actually, I want his highest stat to be Constitution. Followed by Intelligence. Followed by Dexterity. Strength. Then Wisdom, then Charisma. Risk is not very popular with the people. And actually here, the 2 is going to be to Intelligence to make it even higher, and then the Constitution gets the extra 1. This is going to be interesting. Now we can go back to class and give him some levels. 3 levels in Barbarian. Risk is the muscle, reward is the face. What was it you were recommending? For Wild Magic, what's Path of the Storm Herald? Totem? Bear Totem Barbarian? Or maybe Wild Magic Barbarian. That might actually be kind of very thematic. That might actually be thematic. If we go with Wild Magic Barbarian. Yeah, Magic Awareness. Wild Magic is fun, not as fun as Wild Magic Sorcerer, sadly. Yeah, I would imagine. At least this kind of helps us lean into intelligence more. It might help us lean more into the magic. What if he's like just a super frustrated what if he's actually like a super frustrated spellcaster? Like he's like he does stuff, he tinkers with magical stuff. But the problem is he's not very good at it. But because he has like a bit of that wild magic in him, every time he gets frustrated, it manifests. Intimidation. Oh, let's go with, Intimidation. Magic Awareness. Then let's add a new class. We don't meet any of those. We don't meet any subclass stats. It's like a dude trying to build a Gundam but has destruction fingers. Yeah. What did we need? Artificer. We needed... 12. We need to give him 13 strength. Okay, we gotta... Let's change that. Let's make it 3 plus 1s then. Let's give him strength. Or we go with 2 plus 1. Yeah, for some reason. Strength is gonna be... No, let's make this one... Let's swap it around. Strength 13, Dex 12. That way, we don't need to add anything there. We can keep intelligence up to 16, and then again Constitution 16. So we're just changing the dex out. Hopefully what that means is now we can multi-class properly. Now we can go Artificer. Let's go. Oh, this is gonna be very interesting. Class features. Okay, we have that. We have magical tinkering. The spells. We don't have any spells prepared. And we don't have much in the ways of this either. What if we level him up a bit more? Artificer. Specialist. Then we go into Armorer. Was it Armorer, Nito? Or Battlesmith? He would need a magical weapon, but the problem is being nullified by being an Artificer. Ah. Okay, infusions. Armor of magic. Oh, he can't. Huh. Wait. Enhanced weapon. We need a magical weapon. Yeah, he can make a magical weapon. He'll make an enhanced weapon. It'll count as a magic weapon. With enhanced weapon infusion. I think the infusion should count as a magic weapon. Mind Sharpener? Oh. Oh, that's gonna be cool. Okay, I want Mind Sharpener so that he'll never fail a concentration what do you call that? Check ever. And then on how many you can have active at once? Yeah. Infusions, you mean? No, we can't do enhanced defense. You can't do armor of magical strength either. Because he's not going to be wearing armor. Let's go maybe replicate magic item. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, this might change everything. Bag of holding. Let's see. What would be Ursat's Eye? Oh, wait, what if we go for Spell Rot Tattoo? How is that? Okay, let's go look up Spell Rot Tattoo. I remember there was something. I remember something about that. Spell. Oh, sorry. Okay, what's the single word? Spell Rot Tattoo, level 1. Okay. Welcome, welcome, Sleepy. So tattoo coverage, first level. Commons, spellcasting ability modifier, save DC, attack bonus 5. So what contains a first level spell. So let's go ahead and look up a spell. Ah, you've been lurking. Welcome, welcome back then. First level spell. And it says any, right? Any first level spell. singular first level spell. There should be something in here that can make us broken. There should be something here that can break this damn build. Is it level 1? Is the spell I'm thinking of level 1? No it isn't, I suppose. It wouldn't be. Earthquake got stun combo potential. That does sound fun. To advanced filters, sources, there's category. Let's go core rules first for now. And expanded rules. So filtered spells. We need to find a good spell to imbue upon us that can help. What's Zephyr Strike? You move like the wind until the spell ends. Oh, it's concentration though. Wait, how does the spell rot tattoo? To use the tattoo, you must hold the needle against your skin and speak the command word. The needle turns to ink that becomes a tattoo, which appears on the skin in whatever design you like. Once a tattoo is there, you can cast its spell requiring no material components. The tattoo glows faintly while you cast the spell. Okay, we can't cast a spell. This already is out. Okay, so I guess we can't use the Once the tattoo is there, you can cast a spell requiring no material stuff. Once the tattoo vanishes from your skin. Yeah, okay, so we can't do the magic tattoo. Burning Hands, I don't think we can. Because if I was thinking of something we could have, I was wondering if we could use Spell Rot Tattoo to trigger a spell effect without having to cast the spell. Exactly. But that doesn't seem to be how Spell Rot Tattoo works. So unfortunately, we're going to have to ditch this one. We're going to have to find something else to break our build with. If only. The Alchemy Jug? Oh wait, let's take out the first list. Oh wait, but that's a magic, not okay. Well, I was looking to spell Alchemy Jug. I don't know why I was searching in there. Just broken for economical reasons, though. I see. Okay, we'll find something. We'll find something. Cloak of Billowing. That'd be funny. We have the Bag of Holding as the other item. But I don't know if it would help our build specifically. I kind of want to maybe replace that just so we can have like a consistency of the build that we're making. What's Talking Doll do? Just making a doll? Okay, Shift Weave sounds interesting. Having the Battlesmith with the Mastiff Robodog is also helping. Perhaps. Perhaps. Shift Weave. What is Shift Weave? It's 5 different outfits. Okay, never mind. Thought it did something else. Sending stone, scribe's pen. What's Vox Seeker? Vox Seeker. Eh? No, I don't. What the fuck is a Vox Seeker? Oh well. Spell shard? Can hold equivalent. Oh, it's a book. Eh. Man, this is hard. This is hard, guys. What's Ruby of the War Mage? Ruby. What's this? What's the little triangle mean? Oh, requires attunement. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Either things for mobility, things for improving stuff. What's Orb of Time? Why does that sound like a broken item? Orb of Time. Oh, okay. It's literally just okay, it's a watch. I see. It's literally just tells you the time. It's a fucking watch. Not even accurately, just morning, midday, evening, night. Oh. I have to check this. Maybe this might not be utility, but it's gonna be flavor for sure. Bottle of Boundless Coffee. This metal bottle carries delicious warm coffee. The bottle comes with a stopper, which is attached to the bottle by a little chain. Even when open, the bottle won't accept any liquid other than the coffee it produces. The coffee inside is always comfortably warm, and none of the heat can be felt through the bottle. Every time you drink the coffee, roll a d20. On a 1, the bottle refuses to dispense coffee for the next hour. If you pour coffee from the bottle, rather than drinking from it, the coffee vanishes the moment it leaves the bottle. I see. You know what? Let's fucking go with this. He's a fucking coffee guy. The rage is just caffeine overdose. Yep. You know what? Let's go with that. Let's go with a bottle of Boundless Coffee. Okay. Let's check the others. Homunculus Servant. We could do that. You can also go with Returning Weapon. Wait, can you put 2 infusions into a singular weapon? Is that possible? I don't think it should be. It doesn't seem like it should. Considering his intellect, it's used as a life support. Yeah, it definitely would be. Oh, wait, we should also have access to... Why don't we have, where are the infusions? Oh no, these are included in there. These are just different levels. Okay. Let's go check the Eberron description. They should have the actual full-on list of what the infusions can or can't do. You can't learn an infusion more than once. Okay. Actually, you know, let's get another one. That's another window. 2 infusions, 1 item. That sounds like a very bad search. Can you put more than one artificer infusion into a single item? As you can imbue it with infusions, you know at the end. If you add an infusion to an item, it is no longer a non-magical object. Oh. Okay, so we can't. So we can only put one because it stops being non-magical. You know what? Let's just have a homunculus servant then. We'll have the servant. Battle ready. Spells. 2 cantrips, and then this is 4. What's the table say? At 3rd level, we have 3. 2 cantrips and 3 1st level, but it seems to say 4. So let's just go with it then. What are... Oh, let's check out the legacy. Wait, I can't disable it? Okay, whatever. Acid Splash. What would make sense for our little, well, big, angry person? Thunderclap. Sword Burst. Sword Burst. And then let's go with Mending. Wait, what's Lightning Lure? Ooh, Lightning Lure. I like that. Let's go. And then level 1 spells. We already have Catapult, so we don't need to do that. Kind of want to have Long Strider. Caustic Brew. Cure, Absorb Elements. Resistance to the triggering damage type. Oh no, that's not. It would be fun to fairy each cube. Oh, fairy fire. Perfect. So that we can hit things easier, right? We'll do that. If we hit him with fairy fire, we'll be able to hit him a lot easier. And then Featherfall, that seems fun. And lastly, Cure Wounds, just because he can be self-sustaining. There we go. And just to make sure that he's actually, like, you know, because we're going to make him more barbarian, just for the sake of the challenge, just add one more level of Barbie. And then weapon mastery is going to be, let's say, shortbow. And then the feet. What would be a good feat, actually, for this? What's speedy? Yeah, let's go with that. Increase constitution even more. His speed increases. He gets even further out. Let's go. For equipment, let's just go with the basics. And I think we have it. We don't have a photo. Let's change and let's add a photo real quick. You don't have a proper portrait. Let's just go with this guy. And here we go. Probably one of the harder ones that we've had to deal with, which is the barbarian with more int than strength. And true enough, we have 13 strength and 16 intelligence. This is a this was a very difficult build. And one that does not come on very soon as well. Oh man. This was challenging. And I think maybe we can do it better, but I don't have the time on stream to do it right now. So let's go for the final build of the day. He got the perfect amount of health at least. Yeah, it's nice. All right, let's go read. Veronica, what do you have? Picture this. A halfling bard who grew up in a village that was under the rule of orcs, gaining the orc protection in exchange for working in a large farm to providing the orcs with their harvest. A farm, okay. With their harvest, both crops and animal byproducts, the orcs' culture blends in with the halfling's culture, making this halfling in particular more rugged and tougher than the average halfling. They would use a version of a berimbau to fight as a main weapon. I don't know what a berimbau is. I'm gonna have to look that up. A bow. Oh, interesting. As a main weapon, doubling as their main musical instrument. They'd also use a club that doubles as a maracas. But the club is smaller than average, so the bars can carry it around. I see. Okay, so halfling bard. That simplifies things a little bit. So let's go. Halfling bard. Let's go. What do we name this one, though? Raised by orcs. A little bit rough around the edges. We'll call him grunge. Like his music. We'll call him grunge. Bard. Core bard traits. Oh. Let's see if we can find... Oh, no. They don't have the berimbau here. What's going to be the closest like a bow and a it looks like a percussive instrument. It's a long bow, yeah, but what kind of musical instrument is it like? So we'll try to... Is it like a percussive instrument? Like a hand drum? We'll say it's like a hand drum. And let's say he also knows how to use a flute. And let's also say that he knows how to use... thank you for the follow, Koid. Okay, hand drum, flute, and... a harp, violin. Okay. Let's go with lyre then. Wait, harp, violin. Go. Is this what I think it is? Viol. Yeah, okay, that's close enough. Yeah, let's go. Then skills. Yeah, the skills I think we'll go with the usual bard stuff. Performance and intimidation because he was raised by orcs. And let's say survival. I want to say survival. Yeah, I think that's good. Or athletics, because he's surprisingly rugged. Yeah, let's go with the athletics. Spells. Yeah, let's add some spells, the basic ones. So 2 cantrips. Let's go with Vicious Mockery, because he's rather rough and tumble. But let's also give him Mending. Because as a person who worked on the farm, he knows how to fix things. So having a magic spell that does that is all the more beneficial. He probably has animal friendship if he's working with animal byproducts too. Maybe even speaks to animals. And then I think maybe the last spell would be Healing Word, just for kind of healing as well. A little bit of a nice support skill. A little well balanced. And for his background, ooh, farmer, actually. Farmer background, that's gonna be fun. So he's tough. Grunge, our Disney princess. That's actually interesting. And we're gonna put it into let's put it to 3, actually. Make it 3 stats will go up. Strength, Constitution, and Wisdom. Yeah, that ought to do it. Species, Halfling Bard? Was it Halfling? Halfling Bard. Let's go. Short stuff. He's got the short stuff. So he knows Orc. We know that for sure. And probably sign language. Next. Determine his stats. He's the bard, so first and foremost we'll put that there. Then I want to say dexterity. No, I'm gonna say constitution actually first, and then dexterity, and then strength. No, we're gonna do it the other way around. More strength than dexterity, because he is surprisingly tougher. Intelligence has probably got to be his lowest because he's not, he's not spending a lot of time in his books. So let's see what his totals are going to be because of his modifiers. His strength total is now 14. His dex is 12. His con is 15. His charisma is also 15. Wisdom is 11. Intelligence is 8. Now we can raise his level a little bit. Let's set him up, let's say, to at least a level 3 bard. Expertise, so he's going to be good with animal handling. And he's also good with intimidation, I want to say. He's a bard by trade, but I feel like he's not actually a great bard. Like, he's like, you know, I can play good enough, but I'm really good with animals, and he's also good with you know, dealing with orcs. It's experimental music. I made it. Welcome back. Welcome, Mari. Now this is going to be interesting. What bard college would he be a part of? For a very rough and tumble kind of guy, most of these don't necessarily line up. Maybe the College of Swords? That's what I'm thinking. What do you think, Veronica? College of Swords, or perhaps maybe College of Spirits? That might be a little bit... No, yeah, College of Spirits. I think that makes sense. Have you seen the picture of the 2024 Glamour Bard? I don't think I have. Let's check it a little bit later. Remind me. I kind of want to think that because of the Berimbow, because we're going to flavor that in, right? So it's this kind of thing. I imagine it's used for a lot of cultural stuff too. So maybe it has some like religious significance to him as well. And so it becomes also almost like a spiritual medium for him to get in touch. Like his music is tied to the culture and life and death. So yeah, I think that's actually a very fascinating kind of take for him as a bard. Yeah, he's going to be fun. This is also a very interesting, I think, build as well from a story standpoint. Because we got a very, very detailed poetry jam, but not unfitting. Yeah, he's a very rough and tumble guy, but he's very down to earth. And his bardistry is very much tied to his roots and culture and the life and death cycle, because he is also a farmer, right? So he's very in tune with that kind of culture, that kind of lifestyle, that he knows that things must die and that things will continue to live. So that's fun. I like that. I like that quite a bit. Okay, now let's go to equipment. Yeah, bard starting equipment. Let's go for the violin, but let's just pretend it's the Berimbow. And then for the farmer starting equipment. And let's go. Oh, wait. We keep forgetting to give him a picture. Let's give him a picture. Where are the... Actually, let's go to race first, or species rather. Let's look up the portraits for the halfling. Eh? Are there no like portraits for halflings? Let's go for this one. He's a little grungy looking. Look at him. All right, and here we go. Grunge, our halfling bard. He's high in intimidation. You know? Let's see. Kind of looks like he could be in Silent Hill 2 remake. I see. Uh-huh. Yeah. We're making, actually, we're wrapping up our D&D character creation. Yeah, so I can imagine that Grunge, right? So he has his Baron Bow, and he's playing with the orcs, and the orcs gather around. Yeah, this is the last character we're making for today. We've actually gone on for quite a long time. So yeah, so imagine this: Grunge just sitting there, surrounded by a bunch of orcs, and they're all gathering around. His other halfling folks are also there, and he has his Baron Bow in hand. Thank you for the hydrate. And he's like, I have a song that celebrates the joining of our cultures. And then he just goes like, hello, 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 how low. Hello, 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 how low. When the light's out and it's dangerous, here we are now. Entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. And then that's just Grunge. His name is Grunge, so that's just, he goes into that. Little tiny halfling singing to a bunch of orcs as they all gather around the bonfire to celebrate a good harvest. That was fun. That was fun, guys. We had a very interesting set of characters. So let's go over again the newest characters to join our fold. Welcome, Koidzor. I'm now imagining Halfling Grunge crossed with Orcish Metal. Hells yeah! Let's go! So, we have Victor Rennie Dimitri, the Goblin Artificer. He's small, but he means well, and he's got a good throwing arm for all of those explosive potions and chemicals. Then we have Donkey Call, a turtle paladin / bard, an Oath of Glory paladin with a 1-level bard. He is a paladin, of that deals emotional damage. And then we have Stitch, a Warforged rogue that is a healer main. Then we have Big Shot, a fairy cleric of the Order Domain with the Napoleon complex. And then Risk, a barbarian that follows the path of wild magic that is also an artificer, a battlesmith artificer that has more intelligence than strength. And lastly, and not the least, we have Grunge, a halfling bard of the College of Spirits who was raised amongst orcs on a farm and now sings very powerful music to his fellows. And with that, the stream they'll make for an interesting party. 6 interesting characters with flavor and background within 5 hours. Not bad. It was honestly easier for some and more difficult for others. Also, Glamour Bard. Thank you. Let me look it up. Glamour Bard 2024. Is it this one? Is it? feel like Risk has taken the most time, but the reward was nice. Yeah, very difficult. Is it this one? The Dragonborn? It's in the new booklet. Let me actually check then. Let's go into game sources, player's handbook, 2024. It's an elf. All right, let me go check then. Glamour Bard. College of Glamour. Holy shit! That is awesome! Holy fuck! Glamour indeed. Holy shit, this is fucking glam elf rock. Elvish glam rock forever. Let's fucking go. Oh man, this is so good. This is amazing. Oh, wow. No one glam rocks like Elfses. Holy shit. College of Lore. Gelfrock. Name needs work. It does. College of Valor. This is kind of fun. Kind of want to see some of the subclasses now, too. Life Domain, that seems very basic. College of Dance? Chotto. Oh shit, you're right. Dazzling Footwork? Oh, wait, no, but it makes sense. It does actually make sense. I remember I wanted to do a College of Dance when I'd heard about it. Because it make... Oh, right. Oh, now I have an idea. I have an idea for a character. Imagine a deaf mute College of Dance bard. That would be kind of cool, now that I think about it. Thank you, Azrael. That's about it. So yeah, I want to do that. I want to make a character that's gonna be a deaf mute College of Dance bard. That seems fun. And they don't know common because they're, they're deaf mute, but they have they have sign. So that's gonna be fun. I kind of think that would be pretty cool to do. But goddamn, Elvish glam rock. Let's go. Imagine a bard dancing their wish spell. And then and they finish it off with a tap. Anyways, how have you been? Been a while? It has been a while. But yeah, I think our stream is actually at its end now that we've finished all of the characters from the community page. We can finally close out today. And hopefully I can get some food again. I'm getting kind of hungry. But before I go, I want to let you guys know. Yeah, we've been streaming for like 5+ hours now. We went through all the characters. We went through the basic rules of some D&D as well. So all in all, it was good. So do tune in tomorrow. We're going to be playing Pokemon Perfect Emerald. It'll be a soul lock with Koryopi as our collaborator tomorrow. It's going to be around, let's say, I want to say like it's 5 p.m. GMT plus 2. And let's see, it's going to be around 11 p.m. for me, which is, let's see if you do the math, 2 hours ago, right? 2 hours ago, that time tomorrow. that's the basic. That's gonna be the time for tomorrow's stream. Although, if you want to check, YouTube should also have it scheduled. The room should be there, so you can check that out. And I think that is it. Next week, by the way, is gonna be. We're gonna post a schedule for next week. We'll probably continue Ghost Paper Stories. And I think, other than that, thank Kotek! Thank you, Kotek, for the gift subs to Koidzor, to Sleepless Nanook, to Trathus, to Hyper Robo Tenguris, to Sen VT, to Born Again Emo, to Kameryu, to Ghost, to Lunatic Mag, and to Beasted Shark 9000. Thank you, Kotek. You guys can see the void. Stop. Okay. Let's actually go back into a regular just chatting stream. Give me a minute. Just the endless hallway of illusions. Just another day. And then I think what I need to do here is just load. Now we need to do the whole thing over again. Thank you for the gift sub to Azrael, Kotek. There we go. Now we're in a proper setting. Okay. So, thank you again, Kotek, for all the gifted subs. Thank you. And with that, yeah, it was a brief pink background. I have some weird issues for that sometimes. I have to go through a bunch of settings. Still trying to figure it out. Also, we do have the lurk command working now on Twitch, so you guys can actually try it out if you want to play. Pinkness then blackness then swirled in every bite. Soon we'll create more characters all throughout the night. There you go. Vanishes into the shadows and lurks from the impenetrable darkness of the void. Yes. The darkest of magics revolve around this channel. Now, we must decide on who to raid into. And I hope... Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait. What? Why? What? Is not... Yeah, just as promised. I told you guys I would get that stuff done. I told you I would get it done. Finally got it to work. And hopefully over the next couple days I'll be able to get some other stuff in as well. Also, I finally got to put the Sunderfolk into the search tab so I can check it out after stream. And alright, so before I go, let me post the messages. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to also check the Twitch side of things to follow me there as well. And if you're on Twitch, please make sure to also follow on YouTube. The link should all just be in the description if you would like to check. Let me see. Where is this? Did I not set it up yet? No, I haven't. For all of the social stuff, it has not yet been completed. It's in testing phase. But, yeah, please make sure then to follow on the cross-platform stuff. And also, if you're interested in getting more frequent updates, I have both a Twitter and a Blue Sky account. Both of them should just be Richter Fowl. If you're looking for the account, give those a follow as well, especially on the Blue Sky. We're trying to grow that one to get it nice and steady with a new platform and all that. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Okay, so in the meantime then, let's go ahead and start the raid. We're gonna be sending everything over to someone who's playing 5 Nights at Freddy. Security breach, by the way, security breach. So here we go. So let's make sure that we say hi. And yes, a foul raid this way comes. Thank you, Nito, for the raid message. So please tune in tomorrow. We're going to be playing some Pokemon. That's going to be fun. It's a Soul Link is always going to be fascinating. And next week, tune in. We'll have Ghost Paper Stories and maybe a bunch of other stuff too, because we don't want to get that far in, because we're also going to be playing Dragon Age the Veilguard upon release. So until then, please make sure to stay, tuned in for all my socials so that you can get updated on all of the latest. Yes. So until then, take care, you guys. Sleep well, eat your meals on time whenever possible, drink your water, and, get as much sleep as you can. Take care of yourselves. Good night, goodbye, and farewell. Ciao.